Hi there, good morning. Welcome along to another week here at the MODUS Super Series, where a third of the field for the Series 4 Champions Week is now complete, and 12 more players are in action over the course of the next 6 days, trying to join Danny Lauby, Rhys Robinson, Neil Duff and the Week 4 winner Colin Osborne. Here is how he did it. Well, Osborne knocked out Peter Hudson in the group stages on Saturday night. The Wizards wand finding double 8 to send the Rock tumbling out of the tournament. He was followed quickly by Scott Baker, quickly being the operative word for Baker throughout the week. Really rapid stuff, but it was an early exit on finals night after the Dutchman Martijn Drak took out that incredible checkout to send Baker packing. Christian Kiss, well, he got past Ryan Finesse in a thrilling, dramatic semi-final showdown. Finesse's fans left heartbroken as Kiss made it through to the decider. And there he was joined by Osborne, the Wizard, producing another brilliant checkout to book his place in the final.
Over the last couple of days now, looks at that double. And becomes a history-making,
and the match, the MODUS Super Series Week 4
Super
champion,
Series, fifth-time
Osborne,
weekly champion, and the second person ever to make 2 Champions Week.
The voice of Paul Nicholson there in commentary for that win for the Wizard. But joining us this week, Scott Mitchell. Welcome along, and not a bad way to spend your birthday, is it? Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. Yeah, you know, when you get the call, you never turn the Super Series down, do you?
Yeah, exactly. Even coming here on his special day, what is it, 21 again?
21 plus 1, yeah.
Plus VAT. Right, we'll have a look at the stats from last week before we start getting into what happened this week. And it was a very decent week, wasn't it? I mentioned how quick Scott Baker was in the highlights there. And look at that quickest game. That really jumps out for me. What stands out for you?
Yeah, I think the fact that, you know, the ton plus averages were flying in last week as well. It was a great standard and a really good week of players, wasn't it? And
we saw a couple of brilliant bullseye finishes in the semi-finals there. 14 of them during the week as well. So the players really sort of thriving under pressure.
Yeah, and those bullseye finishes, you don't practice them lots and lots, so to hit that many that week, it was, like I say, it shows the standard that we had last week.
Right, that's last week. We now have 4 players in the field for Champions Week, 8 still to get there, 12 of them fighting it out this week, and here is who they are. So later in the week, Group B, Lee Shewan, Steve West, Dan Reed, all well-known names here at the Super Series, along with Ryan Harrington, Shane McGurk and Jack Main. But Group A is a focus of today. 3 ADC qualifiers again, Michelle van der Horst, Patrick Marr and Daniel Lee. But Lisa Ashton, Thibaut Treacle, 2 really big names, and Tommy Morris, someone you know a lot about.
Yeah, fellow Dorset player, and he's fast, he's furious, he's infectious to watch, and you know, he had a little go last week on Friday, really enjoyed it, and he's managed to get back on a bit of a whim this week, so he's down there raring to go.
We'll have a look at the betting for the players this week to see how the bookies see things going. Now, Treacle, well, he's going to head to the World Cup next week with France, their first participation in the PDC World Cup. But interestingly, the man you just mentioned there, Morris, slotted in at second favourite.
Yeah, a bit of a surprise because he is an unknown just for that one day. So he's obviously shown on Friday the bookies something that they like.
And they can't really choose between the rest of them. They've installed Treacle as favourite, Morris not far behind. But everybody else, including Lisa Ashton, it shows that they think that any of them could make a run.
I think so. It shows that it's going to be a really tight group, this one.
Right, let's have a look then at what this man has gone for today. Will it be a brilliant birthday bet for Scotty Dog? Talk us through this.
So, well, the first one is, I think Treacle will be sort of 4-2 or better, really, in the first game. and Morris 4-2 or better in the second game against Matt, and then the last one, Aston Morris with the most 180s, and that'll bring you a treble of 7.1 to 1.
There we go, and do gamble responsibly if you are following Scott's tips or having any kind of flutter. It's begambleaware.org for information on responsible gambling, and of course 18 plus. Right, we're going to turn our attention to the first match, and it is between the top two favourites for this group. Now we'll talk about Thibaut in a moment, but first of all, Tommy Morris, you mentioned he played in Group C last week. He had 1 day because of the withdrawal of Prakash Jiwa, and if you look at his numbers there from that 1 day, double those, he would have actually made it through to finals night.
Yeah, I think so, and I think that's probably how that's reflected in the betting. You know, he enjoyed it, he was raw, he played really well, settled nicely, and yeah, you know, he did well. So that's why the betting is where it is this week.
And Thibaut Tricol, his opponent, look, he's well known, made it to the Lakeside final last year. Real hope for French darts. What can he bring to the tournament this week?
Well, I think he's going to bring a lot to the tournament. He again is fast, furious, rapid. We all know him from his Lakeside final, being runner-up berth. I played him 10 days ago. He's a tough opponent to beat, and that's his biggest strength. He is very tough to beat. He makes himself difficult to beat.
Right, let's get this week's action underway. Let's hope it starts with a bang. It seems to be. Scott Mitchell is going to head downstairs to join Henry Deacon. Morning, Henry.
Thanks, Murphy. Calm down up there, will you? I know it's a very exciting week of darts here at the Super Series. We've got some superstars. We've got a little bit of everything. We have some French flavour. We have some quick-paced players. We are going to have some good fun over the next 6 days here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And we're going to kick off with a bit of that flair and a bit of that pace as Tommy Morris takes on Thibaut Tricol, the 33-year-old Frenchman, the former World Championship runner-up, as the boys on the balcony rightly alluded to. Right, so Tommy Morris, well, we got a little bit of a glimpse of him, didn't we, on Friday? Very, very impressive in his debut.
First. Game on.
As you can see, Danny McNamara isn't here this week, so Owen Binks is our referee. And it is Thibaut Tricol to throw the first dart of week 5. And he'll be hoping that he is the man who's going to be throwing the last dart of week 5. And his pedigree and his record would suggest that maybe time is right for him to pick up a weekly title. Has been under the Super Series roof twice in the past and has made it to finals night on both occasions. Is it going to be third time lucky for the French touch? Well, Tommy Morris, who made his debut here on Friday as a last-minute substitute, may be new to some of you on the TV cameras, so it's quite lucky we've got somebody sat next to me who knows him inside out. It's a very good morning to the birthday boy, Scott Mitchell.
100.
Good morning, mate, and yeah, do know this little fella quite well. I've only known him since he was about 8 years old, so
140.
he's not much taller these days, to be honest.
Now, you mentioned up on the balcony that Thibaut Tricol was a tough player to beat 10 days ago. How tough a player was he to beat?
Really tough. He just doesn't go away. Even when you think you've got in front of him by 200, he produces a big score, and you just cannot rest with him. He's one of those, and he's kind of rat-tat-tat player, very simple throw.
61.
Rarely goes wrong.
Game shot on the first.
There's a good start from Tommy Morris. Nice 2-dart finish there on 61.
Second against Tommy to throw first. Game on.
And Thibaut won't know anything about Tommy other than he throws pretty rapid because he just found that out in the first leg.
You know, when we said in the introduction it would be quick, it would be good. Well, that was a 14-darter done in the space of 1 minute and 29 seconds from first dart to last.
59.
Yeah, indeed. This is what he does, and
99.
obviously we both had a great day with Dorset yesterday, getting promoted from the Championship to the Premier in the UKDA inter-counties, and yeah, he seems to have taken 41. That on to today.
I was going to say, I'm surprised that we've actually got you here today. A, it's your birthday, and B, Dorset won promotion.
Yeah, I don't think we got home from Cambridge last night till about 11 o'clock, and then, yeah, you're up at 7:15 to be here this morning, so, hey, the life of a touring and roving dart player, eh?
Very much the roving commentator alongside me for the next 3 days. Should be good fun, Scott.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to this group because I think,
60.
like we said, we looked at the betting there up on the balcony, and you know it really is tight. Even though there's 2 out front, they are not a million miles away from the next 4 behind, whose odds are very tight, and we know the bookies very rarely get it wrong.
60.
Well, both players got out the tracks quickly in the opening leg, just slowed down a little bit in the second. Well, it's never slow with
95.
Tommy Morris, but
140. Tommy record 143.
So, can't get out now. It'll just hit a ton. That's what he does.
45.
And loads of space there. Through the last one a little quick. This is what Thibaut does. 133. He's chasing here to lead the
95.
top.
Tommy record 98.
Disappointed he didn't hit it.
double 19 for 98. Instead, he goes to split. Can he find the hit? It's going to be 1 dart in his hand at double 16.
Game's on the
Well,
second
I suppose
leg.
it's
Tommy
a piece of
Morris.
cake. And what we talk about, piece of cake. Happy birthday, Scott.
Yeah, you're very kind. Yes.
So it's Thibaut to throw
I think
first.
that's only been put
Game
on shock because I think half the production team want a piece of it. So whether it's going to make it home is another matter.
As long as I get a slice, I don't mind.
100.
Well, you'll get first dibs. It's in here, isn't it? So you'll be okay. It's in the comms box.
If I go quiet for a leg, you know exactly why.
60.
Yeah, exactly. And then if I appear with chocolate on my chops on the balcony, you'll know why. But
As long as you don't throw it in my
95.
face, a la something out of a 90s kids TV show, we'll be fine.
no, that won't happen.
100.
Yeah, Thibaut just making a decision there on 306, which
60.
way to head to try and leave himself a shot. That one can be the problem dart for Morris. That one underneath
85.
the 60. He then has to move and adjust to go round it. He's not particularly tall in stature.
100. $125 to be record 146.
So where's Thibaut going? Looks like he's starting at the top. Looks like he's going to chase that treble 20.
60. Tommy record 131.
For a 3-0 lead.
57. Timmy require 86.
So a big important 86 in the context. You feel early in the group with these being the 2 favourites.
Big dart of the ball. Not found.
42.
And so Morris
Tommy
comes
McCoy,
back for the double
74.
break. And a 3-0 lead to really assert his authority at the beginning of this Group A campaign against the man they see as the favourite to go on and progress. It's 1 dart at Tots for a 3-0 lead. One dart found at Tots for a 3-0 lead.
Morris.
He's 3 out of 3 on the outer ring. And Tommy Morris, who impressed and dazzled on Friday, come Monday in his first full weekly stint, again as a stand-in player, is showing some impressive signs. Thibaut Tricol, who's been slow to get out the traps, has been spun around by Tommy Morris.
Yeah, it absolutely has. This I saw Mason Nico talk about the way that he steps back on the doubles last week, and it's something that's come into his game.
60.
He felt that at times, with his pace, he was rather throwing so quickly at the double that he wasn't aiming.
85.
So he started to do this step back, a little bit Rob Cross-like, and step back and have a throw, and it's changed his game in the last 2 or 3 months. It really has, and he's started to pick those doubles off with frequency, and this is why he's now here.
60.
While we're watching him, because he's just taken his game to the next level.
And Tommy Morris has taken more advantage of his opportunities. Now, you may have
60.
seen Gordon Mathers was originally given the call up to play this week. Unfortunately, he couldn't get over into the United Kingdom. We sent Gigi, our very best good friend of ours here at the Super Series. So Tommy Morris has been given a couple of opportunities, and on both occasions, as of so far, has taken full advantage. But can a 4-0 victory against Thibaut Tricol be as easy as 1, 2, 3? He's got 6 at it.
He'll stay there.
55.
Yeah. I like to say he has time, but he never has with Tricot, and he really has struggled to settle here first game this morning. Whether being the favourite, and he's seen that flash up on screen in the players'
41.
room.
Tommy requires
Has affected
68.
him a little, but it's 68 for Morris here. Steps back again, double 16. 4-0 win.
36.
His first miss at a double.
However, it's not a costly one as of yet with Tricot back on 174. We seem to get this trend with Thibaut. Usually travels over on the Sunday from France into the UK. And sometimes it can be a slow start
32.
to a campaign for him. But for Morris, it's been a fast start in more ways than
Tommy
one.
Morris.
As he gets the better of Thibaut Tricot by 4 legs to 0. An impressive performance, 83.5, 4 out of 5 when it came to the doubling. He just had too much for Tricot in the end. And so Tommy Morris kicks off a 4-0 victor in the opening game of Group A. Next up after the break, Michel van der Horst will be making his debut here at the Super Series. He takes on Patrick Matt after this short break.
Welcome back. So after a perfect start to Monday's play by Tommy Morris, now it's the turn of two debutants to try and follow suit as a couple of ADC Europe qualifiers go head-to-head in the form of Dutch duo Patrick Maat and Michel van der Horst. And if you're wondering where have I seen him before, well, cast your mind back to Lakeside 2015. Actually beat David Cameron, the seniors world master there, before losing out to Jamie Hughes. Do you remember who won that tournament, Scott?
No idea, mate. No idea. Some farmer fella, I think, if I remember rightly. But yes, I do remember it. I've known Michel for a long time.
Okay, first leg, it's Michel to throw first.
He's
game on.
He was a great player back around then. He's had a little time off, I think, and taken a little back seat. But now he's back since COVID and
57.
throwing with a slightly different dart than he used to, but obviously to great effect because he's here at the ADC qualifier.
He has played some
45.
decent televised darts. There was a really good game at the Zidane Masters a few years ago, which he played in.
Yeah, I believe he beat some farmer fella
57.
that won in 2015, didn't he, at the Zidane Masters that year? Yeah, Michel had me there, good and proper 5-3. I remember that one. So
140.
he has the pedigree, and I know that, you know, the ADC guys in Europe sending him over have, you know, ultimate confidence that he can come here and do well
100.
because he's had a lot of stage experience in the past. It's just renewing that for him and how he reacts.
125.
That's a tournament we need to have back on the calendar, the Zidane. Great tournament that was back in the day in the Netherlands.
55.
Yeah, unbelievable tournament to be part of. It was the very best. Probably won't ever return, but I was fortunate
95.
enough, as a lot of players were, to play in it, and it was our favourite tournament by a long shot. Gerard, who used to set that up, it's just
43.
brilliant. Just absolutely brilliant tournament, our favourite one.
You could say it was kind of like a predecessor to a Super Series Champions Week when you consider
56.
qualifications, the format and things like that. It was a longer set play. It was a group stage tournament full of legs, and then later on in the tournament, set play, longer set play. Best of 9 sets, wasn't it, the final?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was a
99.
super tournament. Made a couple of semi-finals out there, and yeah, just so enjoyable. Just before Christmas, it used to be a couple of weeks before
20.
Christmas. The hotel all decorated Christmas.
90.
It was it misses. We missed that one big time.
Starts off on the bullseye. Now needs to find a way over the top.
Game
Oh,
shot
what a
on the
dart that
first
is.
leg. Michel
How
van der
he's
Horst.
found a way through that, I don't know. But what a fantastic dart. What a fantastic start for Michel van der Horst.
First. Game on.
Well, I spoke about the pedigree moments before, and I think he's just been and showed that, Michel. He's
96.
obviously these two have probably played a fair bit against one another in Holland, and they'll know each other's game very well. Patrick seems sort of very fast and furious, doesn't he?
96.
Yeah, Patrick Mark, one of our ADC European qualifiers this week, and big event out in the ADC European region
180.
yesterday is we get our second 180 of the week from Owen Binks. Yeah, the Klassen
81.
winning the Dutch Darts Championship, which was won by the NDB, which had ADC European backing. Good to see two strong forces
41.
of the European game coming together for such an important event. And Jelle Klassen, by winning that, he's going to be here at the end of August, the bank holiday weekend at the end of August.
123.
Yeah, that collaboration is just superb for the game out in Holland and Europe in particular.
96.
So, you know, with the NDB being so big in Holland and the ADC being able to offer places here,
Require 88.
it's a very sensible collaboration to show that it helps both out there.
74.
Double 7 was what Mark wanted to level up, and so Van der Horst 102 for 2-0 lead. The breaker throw, he's going to get one dart, and that one dart's going to be a double 16,
86.
and it just kisses the inside wire.
14. Game shot on the second leg.
That's a good dart from Patrick Matt. He too also has a bit of pedigree. He used to play a bit of football, I believe, and things like that. And when lockdown came in, he started and sort of took his darts more seriously. And in 2022, won the Catalonian Open.
15.
That's unfortunate there for Michel knocking his dart out. But yeah, Patrick has played a bit and obviously won the Catalonian Open, beating Alexander Merckx in the final, no less, a friend of ours here at the Super Series.
58.
He got to the semi-finals, finished third at the Helvetica Open in Sweden yesterday. Alexander Merckx.
180.
Well, the 180s are flying in from Patrick Mark. That's his second of the game. And it looks as if he has just began to find his feet a little bit, the ex-footballer. Be a football themed week here at the Super Series because Jack Main's going to be here later on in the week.
23.
Actually, take him out for a spot of football later on in the week. You get to see me embarrass myself once again.
78.
Yeah, Patrick is a big football fan as well, a fan of FC
80.
Zwolle. I think he follows, so...
They have a big rivalry with a team
96,
called the
badge
Go Ahead
121.
Eagles.
Oh, right. Here we go. Patrick's in there.
103.
That's the second time we've had a ton top of threat, and it was Mark this time missing the double 18 for the 1-2-1. And this time the double 9 is going to be under severe pressure. This is for 2-1 lead, breaker throw. And Patrick Mart has settled into proceedings now at the Super Series, leading his fellow countryman Michel van der Horst by 2 legs to 1 with the breaker throw accrued. He is very much in cruise control of this game.
Want to start this leg
125.
quickly, and that's exactly what he's done.
59.
The one thing that strikes me straight away, Scott, with Patrick is it's such an uncomplicated action, isn't it?
57.
It's very much straight up and down. It's very much no nonsense. And does everything it says on the tin from what we're seeing so far.
A Von Seal darts player.
99.
Not that you need to use much Von Seal day to day.
40.
Not today, no.
$100.
Patrick Matt leaving 120 after 12 for a 3-1 lead.
40.
So for the first time today, let's climb the ladder. Maybe we won't. You could use Von Seal on that, I suppose.
84.
Well, you'd use your ladder to put the Ron Seal on, I suppose. Yes, you would. And obviously other products of similar ilk are available.
58. Patch
Well saved.
36.
Well won is that fourth leg by Patrick Mart. And just a little bit of a fist bump in celebration. He's 3-1 up, and he's a leg away from victory here against Michel van der Horst, averaging 88.84, 33% when it comes to the finishing as well.
So, you know, I think Michel is a little bit more accurate when he's
66.
throwing a little slower. I think he's got dragged into Matt's absolute fast pace.
45.
Could that be a common theme of the group? And could you possibly
81.
attribute Thibaut Tricol in that possible group in that giving his Tommy Morris last up?
Yeah, you could actually.
125.
I mean, we look at the players in this group, and you know, Tommy's quick. Lisa's not exactly a slouch
40.
either. Patrick, we're now seeing is pretty rapid fire. Thibaut Tricol, we could be done by 12 o'clock here.
Shall we get the lunch reservations sorted?
59.
Mind you, for that quick, we might be able to get back in time for a late breakfast.
Indeed.
100.
Michel having a bit of a fight back here, but he's got his hands full because Patrick's got his tail up, and he is now
180.
running.
He's got his tail up, and he may be tailing off Michel van der Horst very shortly.
42.
92 points away from a debut victory for Patrick Mart. He's got 6 for it, just having a little glance at the scoreboard. 72 remaining. Was looking for the treble 16.
41.
What pressure is the 51 going to be under?
60. Patch, you require
Unlucky
51.
there not to be under more pressure, but 51. He's obviously a tops man. He's quite a tall fella.
41. Shall you require 112?
It's that early door nerves.
Hail Mary for Michel. It's going to be one dart in his hand at double 16 to save it.
96.
And inside it goes
Patch,
again
you
on that
require
wire.
10.
Inside there. Double two. Last start.
Game,
Corral,
shot and the match.
Last start.
Patrick
And last
Mack.
chance Corral it was for Patrick Mack. It's a 4-1 win for him over Michel van der Horst, his fellow countryman. He leaves the stage happy. There's his average, 84.72. A good start for him. Work to do for van der Horst. We'll be back after a short break.
On we go, and Game 3 features this week's UK ADC qualifier, Daniel Lee, who actually qualified for the UK Open earlier this year. He lost to Conor Heenan, a name we know well here, a live lounge legend. And speaking of legends, he faces four-time world champion Lisa Ashton in his opening match. Now, she has genuinely performed well here at the Super Series, as her stats show. The 85 running average is more than respectable. Still waiting to break the ton mark here, having been the first woman to do that on the TV in the UK Open herself a couple of years ago. And she's also made finals night here at the Super Series in 2 out of 3 attempts. Right, let me hand you back to your commentary team for this one, Scott Mitchell and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. Yes, that is pretty much the dictionary definition of par for the course here at the Super Series from Lisa Ashton, who has had many, many close scrapes with qualification for Champions Week here at the live lounge in Portsmouth. It's this week, the week that she finally gets over the line. As for Daniel Lee from Birmingham, now he qualified courtesy of winning the ADC Vault regional qualifiers in the Midlands. A first appearance in front of these particular cameras. And we're looking forward to seeing him in action over the next few days. A player that you know some about, Scott.
Yeah, a little bit. you know, it's welcome, Daniel. Here's Lisa. You know, probably
Okay,
one of the most
first against
difficult
Lisa
first
to throw
games you could ever have
first.
here at the MODUS
Game
Super
on.
Series. So, yeah, he hasn't even got the darts either. So, a tough one for him. But, you know, he'd rather be here
140.
and relish the chance. That's the point. He's won his way and earned his right. And I think that, you know, we're going to see him go well.
136.
I think both players have settled in.
I think you have to settle in. You have to settle in quick here at the Super Series. I did that
60.
a couple of days, sort of, you know, a month ago, and wow, you know, you cannot rest. It's so quick fire. You have to start well, and you have to get your confidence up there, and you don't really want to be
44.
losing 2 games back to back, because then it makes life very difficult for you in the group.
81.
As we say, Lisa, absolutely renowned for being a fast thrower and a big scorer. And she actually does like playing the men.
44.
She does prefer playing the men. She thinks it keeps her game up there. Back in our BDO days, she used to
60.
stand back from the hockey. She used to stand back a couple of inches from the hockey because when she used to play, they used to have a dartboard. Her and her brothers have a dartboard over an 8-foot bed. So she always threw from 8 foot. She was thrown over the end of her bed.
She require 160.
She always used to stand with her toe a little bit further back. And that was one of the big sort of features of her game. You were thinking, how's she throwing like that? She's standing further away than everybody else.
Now she's got off to a quick enough start, leaving 60 after 15. With a six visit leg.
48. She requires
pretty much
60.
par for the course here at the Super Series. She's got 6 from here. I'll tell you what, that was precariously close to the treble. That finds its way in the double, and Ashton's on the board. Lisa, who actually played the first full week here in Portsmouth. Kieran Tian won that first ever Saturday night, but we just played the final on that particular week as Daniel Lee learns the first rule of the Super Series, the 10-second stop clock between legs.
Yeah, and if you're quite a quick thrower, that can actually put you off a little, because you do like to, you know, you've seen these throws, the legs are over and the player in front has hardly got the darts out of the board and their foot to the hockey and away they go. So, yeah, we have a 10-second
100
kind of slight delay here with the technology, and so it's not a bad thing to have to step back and have a think about it, but he now knows the rule. He's been caught out by it.
The slightly more methodical Scott Mitchell will not mind that one bit.
No, not at all. To be fair, by the time the 10-second rule's going around, the referee's looking at me to come in, so yeah, it doesn't affect me, but yeah, Daniel's just got to find his line and length here a little bit.
95.
We're in the cricket season. It's line and length is what you've got to find, and at the moment that first dart is just under the treble, but he's under the cosh as well, so that puts even more pressure on trying to get that first leg.
You talk about the Ashes, he's kind of got that spin bowler type action, hasn't he, Daniel Lee? A little bit of the old Graham Swans about him.
140. Daniel, you require 138.
It's a good start. He decided to stay there.
98.
Tidally
He's
set
require
up.
161.
Just Ashton back in for the 161. Not going to be this time, but she's going to leave it very tidy.
137.
Very tidy indeed.
Daniel, you require 40.
Pressure on here. How is he on his doubles? 10s with Ashton back on double 12 if this doesn't go.
20. Lisa
That'd be a big
24.
moment for Daniel Lee in his debut match of the Super Series as Ashton steps back up to the hockey for double 12. And now sixers.
18.
But the opportunity has come and gone for the
Daniel,
Lancashire
you
Rose as
require
well.
20.
Daniel's
Game
thinking,
on the
fill
second
your
leg.
boots, kid.
Daniel
You've got to
Lee.
fill your boots because Lisa's not going to do that to you very often.
So look, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
So if you've not ever been here, obviously as a player, those will know that we spoke about the 10-second countdown
46.
clock. That the screen actually goes blank, and there's a 10-second countdown on the player's score screen. So you can basically count that 10 seconds down from the end of the leg before
100.
everything reboots up, and away we go again. It's difficult to explain and understand, I suppose, unless you've actually been up there and had to wait for it.
57.
As you can see, we don't actually have chalkers here at the Super Series, so we have a computer database system which will input all of the scores and that. And it's not just for the sake of the players, but it also inputs everything. It gives us stats in the commentator box. It
83.
feeds out to the relevant people, bookmakers, and all the rest of it. So it's a system that is used for multi-purpose, so it just gives them that time for everything to
140.
set up, and it's a brilliant system which you've used right from the very start. And you won't remember the days back in Southampton where there used to be a little traffic light system, so we used to have a red and green button as to
45.
when to start and stop the legs back in the day.
How we have progressed here at the MODUS Super Series.
The only thing we lacked was
58.
Owen Binks in a high vis of a lollipop.
And that was just to get the players across the road outside. Multitasking Owen Binks, we call him here.
Can't look after himself, let alone players.
99.
Bless him. Great to have him back this week.
Yeah, it's been a while since he's been, hasn't it? And he was looking forward to it this morning. So, yeah, he enjoys. He's just one of those
58.
infectious guys. Once you meet him, he's always a friend, and yeah, there's always a giggle there too.
Usually at his expense.
134.
But he sits there and takes it, so it's so easy to do, isn't it?
He needs to learn. Bless him. Anyway, Daniel Lee back for tops for 2-1. Break and throw opportunity
Require 40.
here.
Once again, a big treble 20 from Lisa
Game
Ashton for a
on
bit
the
of
third
scoreboard
leg.
pressure, but it
Daniel
hasn't
Lee.
worked on this occasion. But you have to continue to keep doing that to try and pressure your opponent. Daniel looks to have settled into the game a little better now.
Daniel to throw first. Game on.
Hitting doubles first start, that always helps.
What's it like to play in front of
105.
those big cameras, those big lights, and that big stage for the first time?
For the first time, it's just awe-inspiring.
140.
For me, my first time was obviously at Lakeside, and I'd been to Lakeside as a fan. So I'd had tickets for years and years as a fan.
60.
And I had no control of my body just on the walk on. It was just I was walking out like a Thunderbird puppet. I just had no control because all I could see in
60.
my mind was what it looked like from out in the crowd, because that's where the only place I'd ever seen it. So yeah, so even the walk-ons are very difficult to get used to. Some people just take it, straight in their stride, and those are players who have said, I'm not ever going to the World Championships or whatever, and until I qualify and all this, and they just take it in their stride. But for me, it was a lot more difficult, and it took me 3 years to win a game, to be honest.
125.
Yeah, the first 3 years, the only lead you lost was the one on the walk-on, wasn't it?
It was the only lead I had.
140.
I didn't lose it. It was the only lead I had.
So Lee here, 62 for a 3-1 lead, and he's turned this game around to some tune. Slow start, nervy start,
100.
as expected on
requires
debut,
62.
but he has come back quite well, and he has the opportunity to open up a 3-1 lead on the 4-time champion of the world, Lisa Ashton. Tops.
22.
And I have to say that
Lisa
Lisa
requires
is not doing a lot
76.
wrong here. She's running an 85 average. It's not that her game has dropped off. It's that Daniels has flown on, and
Game on the
and this is
fourth
what
leg.
she does.
Lisa
she's
Ashton.
Daniels dominated that leg and he hasn't won it. And Lisa is a wily old character. She can, well, let's
If
see,
it's Lisa to throw first.
But
Game on.
you know, she's absolutely right on it and determined. It's
121.
darts is a family thing for them as well, obviously, with the two daughters playing as well. And, you know, it's great when darts is a family thing. I have the same thing with my daughter playing at county with me as well. It's just, yeah, it's special when the whole family are into it. They understand what you're going through when they're watching you.
Well, Lisa had the extreme when it came to family darts because she actually played her daughter Lindsay at the most recent women's series, winning 4-3. But I can imagine that was quite the experience, having to play
60.
your own daughter in a ranking tournament.
And I'll tell you why. It's because Lindsay is probably the only one in the room that isn't scared of her, because they've done it so many times, messing around at home, all that sort of thing. So it's far more dangerous for Lisa because she knows that Lindsay is not scared of her at any point in time.
Well, we say it's difficult in darts to play friends. It's probably even more so playing family. But Ashton
100.
here, with her excellent leg, maximum to leave herself on a ton after 9. Could still finish this in 12. Went tops.
40.
Is going to come back, though, with Lee back on 2-8-3.
Yeah, that's the reason she went tops. The first one did block the treble 20. She uses quite a large dart, doesn't she?
So requires 60.
You can cause even more problems for yourself trying to go around it. So it's double 10 now.
50.
You don't want to be chasing around the board.
Especially with your opponent not on a finish. But he's going to leave it handy from here. Very, very handy indeed.
Lisa required 7.
Pressure on this double 5.
No score.
Lateral drift, I think they used to call that in the Martel era. It was went in the wrong area.
Game shot on the
And
fifth
that's a
leg.
good tidy finish from Daniel Lee. He's returned the favour there because Lisa dominated that leg.
Sixth leg is Daniel to throw first.
Off the tops was that one.
Game
Is that a missed dart that maybe she could have got another dart, a double?
She has this laissez-faire actually when it comes to darts, but you could tell at the back of the room she was incandescent, knowing that she had a prime opportunity to go 3-2 up. It's come and gone, and Daniel has the darts to seal a 4-2 success in his debut game at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth against a 4-time champion of the world.
And you know that she's been in the game long enough to know that now she's got to try and break to stay in the match.
49.
Which is something, a situation she didn't need to be in.
I should feel as if, especially in the early stages, that she had control of this game, and it's just slowly but surely slipped away from her grasp. You've got to give credit to Daniel, who has really found his feet now. His first max on the yellow hockey.
$96.
Yeah, he really has found his range
now. We require 138.
And looking settled. Is the danger here. $64 left.
98.
Whether he went for that or whether he went for the 48, but as a player, you don't mind either.
That'll do. That'll do.
It's a good miss either way.
And this is potentially for 13 darter to get it done and to seal a debut victory for Daniel Lee to get the better of the 4-time champion of the world, Lisa Ashton, by 4 legs to 2. And Daniel Lee, well, that is the highest average we've seen today, an 88.23 to get the better of Lisa Ashton, who played well herself, an 86.76 by 4 legs to 2. And he really has began to settle on that Super Series stage straight away. It is a victory for our ADC Vault qualifier Daniel Lee to complete the first round of matches. And after the break, we are going to see the return of Tommy Morris and Michel van der Horst.
It has been relatively one-sided stuff so far on this Monday morning session, with dominant wins for Tommy Morris, Patrick Mart and Daniel Lear. Morris is back in action now, looking to follow up his whitewash victory over Thibaut Treacle. The player from Poole now meets Dutchman Michel van der Horst, who was on the wrong side of a 4-1 scoreline against fellow Netherlands native Patrick Mart. Will the pair's fortunes remain or reverse? Let's find out in the company of Scotty Dog Mitchell and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. So, seconds out, round 2 on day 1 here at the Super Series, and it's going to see some lightning quick pace from Tommy Morris up against Michel van der Horst. Now, you know how much I like trends, Scott, so I'm going to tell you the scoreline of this game in advance, and I'll tell you why it's going to be this scoreline. Michel van der Horst is going to beat Tommy Morris 4-3 because of 2 reasons. One, everything's gone against the darts, and if you look at the trends of the scoreline so far today, Game 1 against the darts was 4-0, Game 2 against the darts was 4-1, Game 3 against the darts was 4-2.
58.
So on the back of that, you're predicting that this will be a 4-3.
With absolutely no logic whatsoever, yes.
Good. At least you've admitted it.
48.
There is no logic or sense to that makes any sense whatsoever to me, other than the fact that darts makes no sense
60.
at all in the first place anyway.
That's my get-out clause, ladies and gentlemen.
180.
A massive start there for Van der Horst to put Morris under pressure on the throw.
41.
Looking much more settled now. You could just say it took him a little bit of time to acclimatise to the stage in his opening game against Patrick Mart.
138, whichever you 130.
As quick as a flash, Morris is back in it.
$58. Tommy requires 72.
That's a beautiful first start from Morris. Takes his step back, has a look. Slide it down the barrel, kid.
Game shot on the first leg.
It's like he can hear me in his ears.
We promise there's no earpieces on the players towards the commentary. Or at least we hope.
Second leg is Michel to throw first. Game on.
He had to drop a leg today, Tommy Morris. That's 5 from 5 for him after that 4-0 victory against Thibaut Treacle, who
100.
many, including the bookmakers, had as favourite not just to win the group, but to win the week. It was actually joint favourite to win week 5 alongside
140.
Dan Reed at 4-1. But having a look at some of the other odds elsewhere, Tommy Morris is 15-2.
85.
Sorry, 13-2 with the bookmakers to win the week. Lee Shuren 15-2. Jack Main, who, remember, missed match darts last time as Tommy Morris smacks in his first max of the match. Who missed match darts last time here to win a week at 10-1.
45.
Lisa Ashton 28.
Indeed. We spoke about families earlier, Belisa. Now you mentioned her, and Tommy's part of a darting family as well. At the weekend, his sister Perry was playing as part of the Dorset team, and his nephew Liam was also part of the team. So it's a family thing for them as well. And back in the day, dear old Dave Morris, I know he'll be watching today. Give him a mention. When I was a young lad, I used to play against Tommy's dad. They used to play for the great Newtown Labour Club.
Game shot on the second leg.
Oh my
Tommy
goodness,
Morris.
Dave, your boy is playing well.
That's a 12-darter. That's a ton-plus checkout. That is 2 legs done in the space of 30 darts, a 2-0 lead, 100.2 average, 2 out of 3 when it comes to the doubles.
84.
Can't ask for much more than that.
You can't ask much more than that, indeed. But he's had a good upbringing. You know, that Newtown Labour side back then.
96.
On the National CIU Team Championship and stuff, they were forced to be reckoned with. And it's a pedigree
100.
that's gone down through the generations, and Tommy's picked that up.
And you can tell he's in the flow of things because he's quick anyway. But have a look at the severity of quickness as he throws these 3.
140.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, indeed. And like I said about the darting family, although he's got brothers that play as well. I know not And no disrespect to
100.
the where that Tommy plays, but those guys play locally in leagues around Bournemouth and Paul.
100.
That previous visit, the 140 visit, from the second Michel came back from the board, Tommy threw his free darts and
140.
retrieved
Tommy
it, took
required
just 7
77.
seconds. And if he wins this leg here, he could be on for the record time to win a match, but he probably will need to get this tops right here, right now,
37.
not to be.
Shall
The
we record
record is
139?
5 minutes 48 seconds. He could have got that done in 4 minutes 32 seconds. He could actually still have the record on if he gets
93.
this first time
Tommy required
and he
40.
rushes through this last leg. Tops for Morris.
Game shown the
3-0
third
it is.
leg.
7 out of
Morris.
7 when it comes to leg play. And he has got the best part of a minute to get this leg done if he wants to break the record
against Michel
the
to throw
quickest game
first.
in the
Game.
history of the MODUS Super Series. It belongs to Graham Usher, who did so in a game against Andy Jenkins. 5 minutes, 48 seconds
60.
for 4 legs.
Didn't I see a stat on Friday that he's already in that top 10 list with one game already, Tommy, with his 4-0 win, the first one with his 100 average on his
118.
debut?
Absolutely. I mean, we broke the record of top 10 averages 3 times in that Group C. Scott Baker twice.
38.
This is quick. This is good.
140.
We're not going to get the record now. It's 5:31. But what a performance this is. What a start to the day it is. The average is absolutely
101.
mesmeric. It's 101.6.
100.
This is what he does. This is what he does.
58.
best
Tommy
bit
record
about it is-
143.
He generally doesn't drink a drop. He's in the back room drinking water today.
6 for the match.
100.
Tom leads him on 43 after 12. And this is for 8 legs straight here to begin his day, to begin his campaign. We saw just a flavour, just a gist of him on Friday. Well, we've got a full week to examine him here.
138.
And
Tommy
he's
record
getting
43.
better and better by the game. It is 11 for double 16 to get the job done
Game
with
shot
some
and the
panache,
match.
in some
Tommy
style,
Morris.
and in double quick time. It done in 60 darts, done in 6.5 minutes. Tommy Morris beats Michel van der Horst by 4 legs to 0, and it means out of the 8 legs that he's played today, he has won the lot. He is becoming a dominant force right from the get-go here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. So Tommy Morris, 2 from 2. Is that going to be the case for Daniel Lee? He takes on Thibaut Tricol after this short break, looking for his first win of the week.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
And trying to book his ticket for finals night, something he's managed both times he's been here before, actually, is Frenchman Thibaut Tricol, and he's done that by winning half of the legs he has played here at the Super Series, playing at a consistently high level. That running average of 87.14 will put you at the top end of most groups, so no surprise that he has never failed to make finals night. However, Tricol got off to the worst possible start today, losing 4-0 to Tommy Morris, who has won all 8 legs he has played so far. Brilliant performance in the previous one, done in just over 6 minutes. And the task now for Thibaut is to defeat Daniel Lee, which won't be easy on the evidence of his opening triumph over Lisa Ashton. Back to the boys in the box. Scott Henry, over to you.
Thank you very much, Chris. And I think at this point, this is where we need home and away strips in darts, because this is Thibaut Tricol in the French tricolore. This is Daniel Lee with a similarly fetching shirt.
Yeah, but the lines are going in a different direction.
That's what separates one from another.
What, the lines or the different direction? One or the other.
Something like that.
And one stands to the
Okay,
right.
first leg is Daniel to throw first.
To the left and left.
Game on.
I've actually got one or two people suggesting that Daniel Lee has a familiar look to Olivier Giroud, the French footballer.
190.
Well, that was a hat-trick of trebles. Très magnifique.
Yeah, football traits are something we have here at MODUS Super Series. I remember
one
of my commentaries calling little Gaz Hayes Sean Dyche. And I actually bumped into him when we went up to Cleveland for county, and he said, hey, my mates are calling me Dyche now. What's going on? It's all your fault.
$135.
Mind you, not a bad time to beat Sean Dyche after last week at Everton.
$85.
Can't imagine anybody thinks that he's ever moved to the Cleveland area, though.
$96. Daniel, you record 139.
Well thought out there by Thibaut. I understand 79 going to 39 won't leave him tops because he's hit tops an awful lot. If you go the 19 route with that 79, you're not really you're not backing yourself, are you?
98.
Because if you hit that 57, then you're leaving 22, and it's just one of those, isn't it?
Game shot on the first leg.
We can now see exactly why he was trying to leave tops by going treble 13.
If you take out the first leg against Lisa Ashton,
second leg is Thibaut.
He's been ultra impressive. Averaged 88.23. And to be honest, I'd be more than happy to put that up to around about a 91 when you consider the first leg of that game. He's come out here, front of 14 darter in the first leg. And if he can make it 2 from 2 here, in his first 2 games at the Super Series, he would have beaten Lisa Ashton, 4-time champion of the world, and Thibaut Tricol, former Lakeside finalist, and Challenge Tour winner in 2023. That'd be an impressive couple of scalps to take.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah, very much so. And ones that he will be sat back in that back room thinking this would be a tidy start.
100.
That's the most unique way you may see a ton in a regular scoring visit this week.
60.
Yeah, I'm trying to work out why that happened. I don't know why. He obviously doesn't want to leave the 305, but then by hitting the ball, I don't know.
100.
I'll ask him about it one day.
But what it does do, the ton 40 means you do leave yourself a finish on 161, so it does make that route particularly easier.
55.
But of course, 306 you can do so with 19s. But obviously, what we've indicated from there, he's got a much more of a penchant for the 20s than he does the 19s.
83.
But as a fellow player, it feels like you're giving up a decent scoring dart midway through the game, which is, yeah, you've got to sometimes do that at the end of the leg, but not midway.
60. Daniel, you record 118.
118 for Lee, and he's got 6 from here. Averaging just north of 102 at this present moment in time.
94.
Even double 12 after 15, and Trico left chasing again. He's yet to get off the mark in terms of legs in this group.
Yeah, you mentioned earlier the travel over on a Sunday. Maybe he
53.
has a slow
Daniel,
start on
record
a Monday, and
24.
that is kind of turning out to be the case here this morning.
I don't know his travel arrangements as of this week.
Game's
As
on the
Lee
second
pins a
leg.
double 12
Daniel
for a
Lee.
2-0 lead, but in previous appearances he's tended to travel over on the Sunday. And sometimes on the Monday we don't see the best stuff
So look,
from
it's Daniel to throw
Thibaut.
first. Game on.
But he's one of those players that will play his better stuff as the week goes on. He'll be appearing in a couple of weeks' time at the World Cup. Great to have the French back there.
111.
Well, he's done it again. He's done it again.
But he has hit the bullseye this time. But yes, like you say,
28.
it's a little bit like going for the treble 17, but that's kind of an understandable thing. After you've got a sort of 80 in the board,
59.
that means you only have to hit 2 treble 20s to leave yourself the 170 if you can stay straight. So I understand that, but that one I'm still trying to get my head around.
100.
My wonder is how much soft tip Daniel plays, because we sometimes see players that play a lot more soft tip than they do steel tip do that sort of stuff.
86.
It's working though.
Yeah, the scoreboard pressure tells you that it's working.
140.
Just snacks underneath. He may well go for the bullseye here.
105.
He will go for the bullseye to leave himself on 140 after 12. Good luck to our spotter this week.
140.
Yeah, there could be a few headaches and head scratching, but no head scratching here. This is pretty straightforward.
130.
Except that last bit. That was the only bit he got wrong.
133.
I was fully expecting him to go tops bull, to be honest. 1-3-3 for Tricol to bring it back to 2-1. And it would have been his first leg of the day. And so Daniel Lee, double
Daniel
5
required 10.
for a 3-0 lead against Thibaut Tricol, double 5. It's
Game's
found.
on the third
This is
leg.
impressive.
Daniel Lee.
92 the average, 3 out of 7 on the doubles, a 17 dart leg. And Thibaut Tricol looks across, he shakes his head.
To throw first. Game on.
It is he to throw to stay in the game. He's legless so far. And maybe pointless very shortly. After 2 matches,
135.
the bookie's favourite. Already, he's in a little bit of trouble here.
100.
And one could easily say that the odds on Daniel Lee will be shortening by the throw.
43. 140.
It's just putting in legs that is so hard to counteract.
60.
They may not be always mesmeric, but they're always around the 14 to 18 region. That's incredibly tough to beat in this format.
41.
Quite a powerful thrower, so the throw is very direct. parabolic arc will not be a big arc of a plane. It will be fairly flat.
99.
Using it to good effect so far. 220 after 9. Want to have been straighter there. Commentators curse and all that.
Just as we were praising him.
34. TB record 164.
So 6 darts from 164 for Thibaut Tricol to get his first leg of the day on the board.
58.
Thibaut Tricol, big fan of jazz music. Well,
60. TB require
he
106.
may be hearing the warning trumpets in his ears if he doesn't take out this 106. 86 left. Treble 18 would have left in double 16. And so Daniel Lee
58.
for 4-0 win.
Daniel, you record
That's
126.
Not to be this time.
57. TB require 48.
Again, another strange dart, the last one there, but it's 48 for Thibaut. And here's another one of those.
32. Daniel
Goes down
requires
as a slight
69.
mistake. Chance that Lee didn't think he was going to get coming back for 69. Surely 19's of the route. No. 24 up for the match, and he
Game
takes
shot
it.
on the match. Daniel Lee.
So, another 4-0 lead defeat inflicted on Thibaut. Our route favourite at the start of the day, Daniel Lee, another tidy 87 average. Keeping his consistency there, 50% on the checkouts. He'll be pleased with that. As we head into a break, we'll see you on the other side.
Welcome back. Well, so far today, the players who won their first match have also won their second. So a good omen for Patrick Mart, who defeated fellow Dutch debutant Michel van der Horst in his opener. His opponent here, Lisa Ashton, lost out to Daniel Lee, who has just inflicted a second 4-0 defeat on Thibaut Treacle, the bookies' favourite to win the group. Will the pattern continue with victory for Mart, or will Ashton get off the mark? Let's see how Game 6 of today's 15 unfolds, as described by Scott and Henry.
Thank you very much, Chris. And this should be an absolute corker because Patrick Mart in his first game played well, 85, average just under. Lisa Ashton, in her defeat to Daniel Lee, played very well herself. It was just missed doubles here and there that came to cost her in the end. So we're looking forward to this one.
Patrick to throw first.
Quite bated
Game
breath.
on.
And the question will be, can Patrick continue in the sort of vein of form he left off in?
59.
It is a big question.
60.
But one we will shortly have answered, and here we go again.
139.
In his first match. Almost another in his second, early doors.
45.
Well, we asked the questions, didn't we, early on this morning with a couple of debutants in there.
95.
How they would deal with the lights, the atmosphere and the pressure of it. Well, they've answered those questions quite emphatically so far.
95.
It's actually been the more established players that maybe now have the question marks labelled at them.
100.
The likes of Ashton, the likes of Treacle, especially Treacle, who after 2 games is still legless.
100.
I mean,
Patrick, you require 108.
It is more difficult for those established players against, without the want of a better word, a lesser name. You know, let's not say that Patrick here is a big lesser name. He's played Q-School, he's playing Challenge Tour, he's playing Euro qualifiers. He's playing a great standard of darts.
58.
But it's things like this that are going to get him known here at the Super Series. And playing games like this against Lisa,
require 80.
who, being a 4-time world champion, will never not be known.
You harbour respect from the second you walk onto the hockey.
Patrick, you require
no matter
10.
what the game, no matter what the scenario. It's like being a world champion, isn't it?
No score.
I don't know. I keep
require
thinking
40.
people are playing the best games against me every time, but I've got to get that out of my head at the minute. But yeah.
Games on the first leg. Lisa Ashton.
Definitely had worse days, Rodney, yes.
As for Ashton, she breaks the throw in the opening leg.
Second
Patrick
is
Mart
Lisa
with
to
4
throw
darts
first.
to
Game on.
hold in the opener. It's a break for the Lancashire Rose to lead 1-0.
45.
Now, we spoke in the last game about Lisa's game at the
96.
Women's Series against Lindsay, and we actually had a tweet come in a little bit earlier on from Sam Golding, who brings up the fact that James Richardson hit a 9-darter against his own son at the Super Series. Indeed, he did. It was the first 9-darter we saw at what was then the Live League. It was against his son, Josh,
100.
in the last leg of the game. That was in that period where we were between COVID lockdowns, and Josh wanted to go up and actually hug his dad, but he couldn't do so because of the stringent testing rules in place at the time. So much so, we didn't actually have a referee for that game. But yeah, that was the first 9-darter we saw here at the Super Series, all for family love, eh?
Yeah, indeed. Family love, indeed.
83.
I think we will all look back on those COVID times with very different memories as a nation. Affected us all in many different ways.
Strangest one was, do you remember when we had that tier system? Yeah, the one place was in tier 1, one place was in tier 2. So I was covering a football game at the time. And this game was behind closed doors. But if you went literally 2 doors down, it was in a tier 2 area and you could have had a crowd in. It was crazy those times. 57 ball for Ashton for a 2-0 lead.
45.
Yeah, I think
As
a
you
lot of those
require,
times still
83.
don't make sense to us now. They didn't make sense then, and they still don't make any common sense now. But here we go.
65. Lisa requires 67.
67 for Ashton. She's got to go 15, surely. She didn't. She went for the ball to leave the
40.
whole
As you
time.
require
Now,
18.
he's hit that double 13 to leave 27. It's 18 for Matt.
9.
And he's missed.
Is your required
That's
27.
8 missed darts in this match so far, and Ashton will come back, but it's only going to be 2 at a double. And that double's going to be double 8. And now double 4
Game's on the second
to double
leg.
her lead to
Lisa
2-0
Ashton.
and to stop Patrick Mart from equalising this game up. It's not
So
been
it's Patrick
vintage
to
so
throw
far
first.
from
Game on.
either player, but it's been enough.
Lisa won't be worried about that.
100.
She's old school. Nobody ever puts the averages on the trophies. It's all about the numbers of legs you win.
Starting down on the 19s in this leg.
45.
A move kind of adopted by Eileen de Graaf, the Dutch player. Former World Masters champion. Played some good stuff at the minute,
140.
actually. Wouldn't mind seeing her on the Super Series stage one day.
139.
She's found a liking for the treble 20 again, though, Lisa Ashton.
60.
Again, more vital experience for Patrick.
99.
It's to get to play somebody of Lisa's caliber. And
100
for the ADC in the Netherlands and what they're doing out there with ADC Europe to show that, yes, you can qualify through out there.
94.
And that
As you
system having
require
relevance to
101.
come here and get to play the likes of Lisa Ashton.
Who, talking about the ADC, was a
49. Lisa
victor on the
require
first ever weekend of the
124.
ADC's Women's Championship Tour. Dita Hedman splitting the titles out in Bridlington a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, our Dorset.
88.
Sam Curtin was
require
there and lost in
52.
one of the finals to Dita. So, yeah, we shouldn't be surprised that Dorset have been promoted, should we, really? Now we're
42.
starting to think about it.
Lisa require 36.
You should see the smug smile on Scott Mitchell's face. There'll be a smile on Ashton's face as she
on
can
the
take
third
out the
leg.
double
Lisa
18,
Ashton.
because that ensures of a double breaker throw and a 3-0 lead. And Patrick Mart, who made a march in his first game, beating
Figures Lisa
Michelle
to
van der
throw
Horst by
first.
4 legs
Game
to
on.
1 with an average just under 85. Those 3 maximums in there as well. Well, it's been an opposite to those fortunes thus far. And
137.
Ashton here improving as the game goes along.
58.
We often see this with qualifiers here at the Super Series. They play very well in the first game because you get that little bit of a buzz, don't you? And then sometimes the
60.
reality can sometimes set in and you just then have to try and find that equilibrium a little bit. It's a marathon-paced
80.
format here at the Super Series.
I do think it's easy sometimes to play the player here in this
134.
situation. It's, like I said, there's no crowd in. It's very quiet. It's just the two of you.
180.
Your referee.
Lisa require 170.
And, it's a very different situation to play in.
To finish with the fish.
80. 81.
So,
At least you require 90.
For a 4-0 success for the Lancashire Rose. 90 is what she wants. Keep it straight. And find the ball.
65.
Grades
You
is
require
25, and so
102.
Mark returns to 102 to keep this game alive. 82 remaining. Bullseye would have left double 16.
62. At least you require 25.
And so Ashton returns to 25 to get the job done, to get on the board. Double 8. Moves across. Finds the
Game
double.
shot and the
And
match.
seals a 4-0
Lisa
success
Ashton.
against Patrick Mart. Lisa Ashton then in the winners' enclosure by 4 legs to 0. An average of 78, 4 out of 8 when it came to the doubles. It was a sort of match that she got better as the game went on. And after that opening promising performance at Daniel Lee, where she came at the wrong end of the scoreline, it's the opposite of those fortunes here. As for Patrick Mark, well, it's an opposite to his first game. An impressive performance against Michel van der Horst, but a slight decrease in the average in this one. And so Lisa Ashton, a 4-0 victory against Patrick Mart. We're going to take a short break. When we return, Scott Mitchell's going to go up on the balcony, have a chat with Chris Murphy, and then we're going to see Tommy Morris up against Daniel Lee.
Welcome back to Monday's play here at the MODUS Super Series, where we're speeding through the session, largely down to the way that Tommy Morris has played so far. Look, Scott Mitchell's alongside me. We'll take a look at the results, and you'll see that Morris has won both of his matches 4-0. He's only been on stage for less than 15 minutes.
Yeah, he doesn't play like me. I like to give me value for money, but he just seems to want to get on there and get off, doesn't he?
Yeah, really good performances so far. The other side of the coin, Thibaut Treacle, favourite, losing both of his matches 4-0. A bit of a surprise.
Yeah, a little bit of a surprise, but Henry said we spoke about the travel over and the things for him. It's a little bit different. I think he drives over, and he's been renowned for being a slow starter on a Monday.
Let's see if he can change that throughout the day and indeed throughout the week. This is how the table lies after everybody has played a couple of games, and of course Treacle finds himself bottom, Morris finds himself top. But his next opponent, Daniel Lee, ADC qualifier, very impressive. He's also won his first two matches.
Yeah, absolutely. I've known him for a little while, and I've not ever known him as being a bad player. So it's the reason you get known is because you're a good player.
And Lisa Ashton didn't play badly against him, and she's got her 2 points with a 4-0 win over Patrick Matt just before the break. They're really good display from her.
Yeah, we both felt in commentary that maybe Patrick played Lisa as a former world champion and somebody that he's watched on the TV. So sometimes you can get involved in playing the player and being a little bit in awe of who you're playing. I think that was probably the situation. I'm sure he won't do that again this week.
Right, here at the MODUS Super Series, we are proud partners with the amateur darts circuit. 3 representatives in this group, no less. And we're now going to take a look at the vault victors from last week. Now, they include former Super Series participants such as Luke Getty, Jack Vincent, Tom Bourne, Adam Mould, Lee Budgeon, Johnny Haynes, Richie Howson, Gary Stone and Steve West. But the big thing for me, Scott, and I'm sure it is for you as well, is just how much ADC action is going on at the moment.
Yeah, look, everybody is taken to it. You know, it's a great thing. The vault is a marvellous idea for an evening. And you're finding a lot of players now rather go out and have more game practice. It's great match practice. And people are buying into it. And it's working, you know, for the players. And we're seeing players who were not so consistent back along, playing in a couple of these a week now. And they're trying to be here. They want to be here at the MODUS Super Series.
Yeah, some well-known names on that list, some lesser-known ones as well. Well done to all the winners. Now, coming back to today, the next match is a tie at the top of the table between Tommy Morris and Daniel Lee. Can Tommy carry this on? You know him well.
Yeah, of course he can. He had the bug for it on Friday. He really loved on Friday. He was bouncing at the weekend at the county game, and when he got a call to come and step in again this week, it was a dream come true for him. So, yeah, of course he can carry it on. But I think with the Super Series, you have to accept that sometimes you're not always going to play your best. It's whether you win those games where you don't play your best.
Yeah, hasn't lost a leg yet, but his opponent hasn't lost a match either. So this has all the makings of being the match of the day so far. And to talk you through it, this man's going to head downstairs. Now, you are going to have to be quick, Scott, because you might miss it. Over to Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much indeed, Murph. Yeah, I feel like I'm going to have to commentate on this game in the style of Richard Hoyles, because this is going to be quick, this is going to be speedy, and if the form guide of both players starting off is anything to go by, this is going to be good. Tommy Morris, who averaged a ton pretty much on the nose, 60 darts to get the better of Michel van der Horst last time out, 4 out of 6 on the finishing. In fact, throughout the course of the day, he has had 8 attempts at the double, and he has missed.
Okay, first against Tommy
he's hit 8 doubles and missed just 3 throughout the course of the day. That is how impressive he has been. But Daniel Lee, on his debut in this competition, well, he's setting 41. A real standard. 88, 87 the averages, and in both of his wins, 4 out of 8 on the doubles. Now, that's going to be very tough to beat no matter who you are. Both players play with a real rat-a-tat-tat pace. Both players with
100.
True venom towards their throat. Daniel Lee, who throws the darts quickly, but when it comes to the approach to the board, will make sure everything is set in stone. He'll make sure
48.
The foot is in the right position and that everything is right to go. We may well have an opportunity to have a look at that upon our next visit.
140.
Here we go. Here's the approach. Steps down. Make sure the left leg is in the right position. Side on to then throw.
58.
And you have to say that's been working to some tune for him.
134.
As for Tommy Morris, well, he hasn't really looked back from the second he's walked through the door here at the Live Lounge on Friday. He's embraced every second of this opportunity.
140. Tommy
He is playing with the sort of clamour that many people gave him upon his entry to this competition. Bullseye. He has a little glance over at the scoreboard.
61.
But he cannot pin the ball.
Require 156.
This would be a haymaker start for Daniel Lee. Another one of them would have left double 18.
100. Tommy required 25.
To a double 8.
Game shot
Only
the
needs the
first
one.
leg.
Tommy
Tommy
Morris
Morris
opens up a 1-0 lead. And Scott Mitchell has rejoined us here in the commentary box where you had to speed your way down.
Yeah, got to be careful on those stairs.
Second against
There's a
Daniel
bit of health
to
and
throw
safety
first.
involved as well, isn't there? But yeah, Tommy is. You spoke about he hasn't sort of
100.
stopped since he set foot in the door on Friday, and he really hasn't. It was for weeks and weeks he's been talking about wanting to be on here and
45.
and wanting the opportunity, and he's doing his very best to take it.
I know you spent a little bit of time with him over the weekend. Did he speak about Friday? And if so, what was he talking about in terms of the
100.
experience?
Firstly, how much he enjoyed it, the whole stage setup, and we spoke about how important
140.
county darts is to be able to get used to that stage setup. So he felt he had a small advantage on people that maybe don't play on stage so much, and the fact that he just felt comfortable with it. He felt the throw was perfect, and he said, you know, if you feel that the throw is perfect, then you throw perfect,
180.
just as Daniel Lee has.
Daniel Lee playing with some glee.
140.
And Tommy
Daniel,
Morris here might be in
121.
uncharted territory in this group because he's on the cusp of losing his first leg of the day. He's 9 for 9 thus far.
57. $100. Daniel requires 64.
He'd have wanted more from that visit, having hit the first treble 20, but Daniel Lee now going back to his tops.
29.
Oh, that was wild, wasn't
Tommy
it? That
requires
was quick. It
76.
was wild.
Such has been his dominance. That's only the second dart at double he's had against him in 10 legs of play. But he's missed the big number, so he's going to
36.
get more against him. And
Daniel
his
requires
perfect,
35.
unblemished record in terms of legs won may well be by the by here. Oh, my.
13, yeah.
This is getting a little bit chaotic. 13 left for Daniel Lee. And so it's only going to be the one dart at double
27.
four.
Tommy requires 40.
It was scruffy, wasn't it? It was scruffy, and now Morris is back.
$20. Daniel
Millimetres
requires
the
8.
difference.
Game shot
And after the
second
chaos,
leg.
Daniel Lee
Daniel
levels
Lee.
up at one apiece. That was one of the, well, craziest finishes to a leg you will see.
So look, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
That was a strange old leg. In the end, Morris was lucky to get a go, but then when he had a go with three in his hand,
140.
you really wouldn't have bet. You'd have put your mortgage on it, wouldn't you?
It's the sort of leg where you don't mind the 10-second stop clock just to kind of recompose your
91.
thoughts after the madness.
$100.
Well, Murph mentioned in the introduction to this game,
104.
and this could be a game that goes all the way to the distance. Well, we haven't had one go all the way yet. In fact, out of our
140.
6 matches we've seen so far, we've only had a couple that have gone beyond 4 legs, a 4-1 and a 4-2.
40. Tommy require 121.
Dart falling out would be music to Tommy Morris's ears, but he's on 121. It's 71. Now he's got 32.
89.
And we saw there, he slightly rushed that, and that's why we find that he started to slow down before he goes for a double. He makes a bit of a step back.
140. Tommy require
Feels he throws
32.
the odd loose one, but a good 140 there from Dan Lee to put a little pressure on this one. Doubt starting to creep in. He missed 3 darts clear at a double.
No score.
In his
And he
last
require
one, and he's done it again.
126.
And Daniel Lee has a chance on 126. Surely will start 19s. Treble 19 will leave in the ball. Morris will be back once again at that 32.
43. Tommy require 32.
So double 16 for 2-1. Can he slide one across on the first?
16.
Too far an adjustment.
Daniel require
He's missed 11
83.
darts at double in this game, Tommy Morris. And he may well be punished as Lee has the break chance. 16 balls should be the play from here. The treble 16 is an even better proposition because it leaves in double 9.
65.
And it just grazes
Tommy requires
that
16.
outside wire. And Morris returns for 2-8s. He's had chance after chance after chance after chance to get this leg won. But he
Game on the
finally
third leg.
crawls
Tommy
over the
Morris.
line to lead Daniel Lee by 2-1. And Dan wants to get on with it.
Fourth leg, it's Daniel to throw first.
It's the second
Game
time
on.
the 10-second rule has caught him out. But Morris there, rather fortunate. It's something that can creep into his game. And we saw it the leg before. He missed 3. Those tops the leg before. And he allowed that to creep into the second leg. And again, all the guys here are learning. And that's one of those things that he's going to have to
65.
learn. To not let it affect him. Once it's gone, it's gone. You can't let it affect the next leg.
With the timer thing, is it maybe a case of as he gets used to the format, maybe just going back to the drinks table, having a bit of water, or just doing something
60.
just to prolong that period and not get as hasty back to the ball? Because once you're waiting there for a long time.
Yeah, it's not
100.
just the element, the fact that you're waiting, it's the fact that everybody watching knows you've made a mistake again, and in your head you start to sort of like self-destruct to yourself, thinking, oh, I should have
42.
remembered that, and it can affect your first throw immediately.
$100.
Scoring power from Tommy has to be commended. 5 scores of a ton 40 or more, 6 scores
60.
of a ton or more. It's been the doubling that's let him down in this encounter. 13 missed a double up to press.
And that slashed the average of
59.
the game as well, the missed doubles.
$134.
Good last start there from Daniel Lee.
137. Daniel
Really
requires
good last
70.
start there from Tommy Morris.
Headed upstairs. I've seen him go down on this before today. And so it's going to be 1 dart at
Game's
tops.
on the fourth
Foul
leg.
for
Daniel
2
Lee.
apiece. When he's got 1 dart in hand, he's been good, Daniel Lee, so far today.
Fifth leg, it's Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, very much so he has.
60.
And that would be the shining light. And you tend to find once you have a leg that goes a long way and has
100.
lots of darts at a double, the next time you get there, you tend to find you hit it first dart and you wonder why you didn't do it the last leg.
140.
So lots of players would have done it after a game when you've lost and somebody's beat you in the league game. You go, oh, I've set on tops, and you go and throw it. It goes in every time. Every time when you don't need it.
Well, what we're learning straight
60.
away is if you give him opportunities, he's going to take. In his first 2 games, he was 4 out of 8 on the doubles. In this one, 2 out of 6. And he's taken advantage of
85.
Tommy Morris's missed opportunities. Like Colin Osborne said on Saturday night, it's trebles for show, it's doubles for dough.
59.
Didn't some other geezer say that once as well?
Got no idea, son.
60.
No idea.
We'll be seeing Bobby at the World Seniors Masters at Westlands Yeovil later on in June. You can join that particular affair, of course. But the power, the
87.
form. Even I've ever had Chris Mason playing in
156.
that. But here, Tommy Morris wants 156 for 3-2. Double 18 for Rue Fraser.
138.
Not to be on this occasion.
$43. Tommy require 18.
Will he split this or will he go straight at it? He's gone straight at it. Do you like that plan of straight at it? Because if you're going to split it, have a chance to win the leg anyway.
Game's on the fifth leg.
Tidied it up nicely
Tommy
this time.
Morris.
Composed himself. Stopped. Didn't do that on the 156. He didn't step back and have
See
a
if it
throw.
gets Daniel to throw first. Game on.
It's irrelevant. He's won the leg anyway. I was mentioning his family. I did actually forget to mention his brother-in-law, Matt, who I was best man at his wedding to Tommy's sister. So, yeah, he plays as well. He's very involved in the ADC.
97.
Looks like he's going to be sort of running maybe a bit of the Southwest region, and some of the comps being run out of Dorchester at the Trinity Club. He runs a vault on a Thursday, I think.
136.
Whole family into darts. They're all into it.
You'd imagine if he's going to be here on Saturday night, there'll be a fair few in the crowd. Now, if you want to join us here at the Super Series each and every single Saturday evening here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, well, why don't you have a little scan of this QR code? It'll send you to a website called dartshop.tv, and you can get your tickets for Saturday evenings here at the Super Series. We're based in Portsmouth on the south coast of England. Tickets are £2. That's a booking charge. We'll flash that back up in the next leg. And you can join us for a night of world-class darts. We'll talk more about that in the next leg with Daniel Lee left on 160 to square the game up. Well, Morris missed the double 18 for the 156. He's going to get the job done on the 164.
It's a good start. It's a good second. We notice he's taking the step back, stares that bullseye out.
139
away from Morris.
103.
Wire twister. So it's going to be a tied twister. Not to be, and so Tommy Morris, 25, to make it 3 from 3.
$66 left, yeah.
Owen Binks just confirming with Daniel what's left.
63.
I mean, it's one way of leaving tops.
25.
So, can Morris tidy this up? He did it earlier. Side of the board he's been struggling with in this match, though.
17.
Not to be. So Daniel Lee comes back to level it up.
Double 10 to send us all the way. Not
30.
to be for Daniel Lee. And so Tommy Morris
8.
back for 4s.
Game shot and the match.
Double 4 seals
Tommy
win
Morris.
number 3 for Tommy Morris. This time by 4 legs to 2 against Daniel Lee. And that is despite a plethora of missed doubles. The scoring phase was magnificent. 7 top 40 plus scores you can see there. But it was 4 out of 22 on the doubles, which opened up the door for Daniel Lee. He took a couple of legs. The only player to take in legs of a Tommy Morris so far today. He has been the dominant force in the group. We're going to take a short break. When we return, Michel van der Horst is looking for his first win of the day. He takes on Lisa Ashton.
So the perfect start continues for Tommy Morris, who has just inflicted the first defeat of the day on Daniel Lee. And now looking for a first win of Group A is Michel van der Horst, having gone down in his first couple of games. Lisa Ashton has got her first victory, beating van der Horst's fellow Dutchman 4-0 in her previous outing. So Ashton looking to carry on that trend, but van der Horst looking to book the trend that he's had. He has indeed been the invisible man so far. Can that change? Let's find out in the company of Henry and Scott.
Depends whether you can see it coming. Anyway.
Okay, first leg is Michelle to
back
throw
we go
first.
to the action.
Game on.
I will stop with the dad puns. Michel van der Horst up against Lisa Ashton is our middle match of the day.
60.
Now, Lisa's a player that Michael is definitely going to know. Been in the same rooms. We talked about the Zardadam Masters earlier and things. In many players' rooms together. Probably won't have played before, I wouldn't have thought.
180.
I think Michael's going to need Michelle is going to need a few more of those.
46.
Against the barrage that we can expect from Lisa Ashton.
57. 45. 94.
So van der Horst leaving 110 after 12. Getting out the quickest start of the pair here.
136. Michelle, you record 110.
Ton topper to start.
78.
Not to be on this occasion. Ashton way back on 215. She'll be just looking to make amends and leave something
42.
tidy.
Michelle, you require 32. Game shot on the first leg. Michelle van der Horst.
No more invites to have a go at a double. Takes it first dart.
Second leg is Lisa to throw first.
16 darts
Game
as
on.
well.
Lovely camera angle, wasn't it, of that double 16 as Lisa Ashton starts down on the 19s again.
139.
Yeah, but then heads back to the treble 20s where she's had much more success today. So
35.
when we're playing, we don't overanalyze anything as players. We just go with what we feel in the heart at the time. And
133.
right on cue, goes back down and it's two treble 19s. After I said she had no success, I need to stop
100.
doing this.
What are we making of the Michel van der Horst clobber? It's like a case of when you've got darts at 9, but
59.
lunch with the lads at 3.
To be honest, he's always dressed like this. It's something he
95.
started.
He should require 170.
I think he used to have dart shirts when I first knew him, but then he went to this style of check shirt and, well, it fits anything, doesn't it?
Game shot on the
Just
second
like
leg.
the big fish
Lisa
fits
Ashton.
for the Lancashire Rose. The blue touch paper sparking moment of the Super Series this week.
Michelle to throw first. Game on.
How about that?
Indeed, I've just put that 170 in my highest
100.
checkout box for this match, if you don't mind, in my paperwork there.
I think you're safe in that knowledge. And she didn't have to go for the big fish either. Michelle was left on 271. It's a 12 darter for the Lancashire Rose.
You don't not go for it, Henry. You've got to go for it. You
81.
don't mess about. You know, you've got a bit of time there. I'm all for one for going for the shot. I really am. It's something Martin Adams taught me. And he said, if you refuse it,
95.
the other fella thinks you ain't ever going to hit it. So you've got to go at it. So I kind of, you know, I've lost a few legs doing it that way, but
83.
I've also won a few, nice and quick, doing it that way as well.
Definitely wasn't a Martin Adams impression because there wasn't a laugh at the end of it.
What? Yeah, no, he's you didn't give me the
39.
chance, did you? I miss our Wolf. He hasn't been around for a while, has he, here at the Super Series?
We will see him again. Oh, we will see the legend
99.
again. You want that record back. You want to try and depose Colin Osborne of the record. Robert Owen's not in the race anymore, but he kind of had it outright. And it feels like over the next couple of
95.
years, Martin Adams and Colin
Shall we
Osborne are going to be duking it out
138?
for most matches here in this particular competition.
$64 left, yeah. Stop over that.
90.
So the 16s and 8s again. Again, Ashton will be looking to put a little bit of pressure on here.
52.
On
Shall we
214,
require
that's the one
48?
you would have thought that she may have gone to the 19s. So
Game's on the third leg.
another
Michelle
chance
van
and
der
another leg
Horst.
taken by Michelle van der Horst. But yeah, I remember he went from the
Well,
sort of
it's
dark
Lisa to
shirts
throw
to
first.
a
Game
check shirt similar to that he has now, but they would be in orange for the Dutch. So it was kind of an orange style check shirt. And I see now
171.
that he's doing what he's doing, but he always looks stylish. You could put a nice little
32.
10-gallon hat on there and he could have arrived on a horse, you know, or he could put a nice little baseball cap on there and he could have arrived in a cab.
57.
Like you say, he's the man about town, isn't he?
Individuality is so important in this sport. Talking about individuality, I would have loved the idea of
49.
Ashton there hitting a max and then on the 9 goes bull, bull, bull.
85.
I can see why she starts on the 19s now. It isn't a bad route at all if you hit all three.
100.
Trouble is, I'm old-fashioned. I know it's my birthday today, but I'm just old-fashioned.
140.
And I like to see, I'm a good old-fashioned. I love to see the old ton 101 finish for your 15-darter.
60.
Although nobody
Lisa
ever does
require
it now because they try to
48.
get rid of the 1 before they've even started. But I still like to see it.
You'll never see Yellow Classic
Game's
do that.
on the fourth
As
leg.
Lisa Ashton
Lisa
applies
Ashton.
a 14 darter on top of her 12. Her winning legs have been spectacular. She hasn't missed a darter double yet. It's two
Leaves
apiece.
Michelle to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, back in the day, that 15-dart leg, you know, back in the 80s, that was, everybody was doing, that's a, you know, what a lovely dart. If you can't hit a 9-darter, a lovely leg of
93.
15 darts. But the game has evolved and changed so much. Most people even go for the 25 now with the last dart so that you can get out in 14. Nobody wants to get out in 15
133.
anymore. They want to get out in 14 and 13. So they're doing all sorts of routes to try and stop that. And it's the
57.
way that the game has evolved. It really has. You know, 82 used to be 42 tops. You know, and it was the only way, and you rarely see it now.
59.
I often say about a couple of players, especially the Dutch players, and Yellow Klassen's a player that springs to mind, they start thinking of a checkout from 502.
Yeah, it does feel like that when you're stood behind them, I promise you.
180.
Oh, 180 there for Horst, his second in the match.
Now, he couldn't have left a finish from that position.
43.
But he's going to leave it handy here. Still searching for that first win of the day.
59.
Losing out 4-0 to Patrick Mart and then suffering... Sorry, 4-1 to Patrick Mart and then suffering a 4-0 defeat to Tommy Morris.
96. Shall we record 112?
And 12 for 3-2. For a ton topper.
No
Oh
score.
my!
Lisa require 170.
He stayed there. He bust it. And can Ashton repeat the fish feet?
No, she can't.
41.
Although
Shall we
fish don't
require
have feet.
112?
I was just coming to that.
Talking about repeat the feet. Stay away. Go for tops.
92. Lisa require 129.
Well, he learnt the lesson, didn't he? Never go where you can bust.
$43. Shall we require 20?
Double 10. And the leg's not in his leisure.
Lisa require 86.
And Ashton's back for 86 with a breaker throw, a 3-2 lead. Is that bust on the 112 going to prove costly in the end as Ashton goes to the bull again?
61.
And she wasn't far away from finding it again.
10.
And the horse now chasing.
Game show on the 5th
And
leg.
what a class
Michelle
last
van der
start
Horst.
that was. I think he had to draw on all his experience there to not let his head drop.
So
He
if
went
I
for
get
the
Lisa
single
to throw
one,
first.
missed it,
Game
hit
on.
treble, and he's hit an extra treble the 2 throws before. It was just a horrible leg that he managed
60.
to keep his mindset and take, and it's an important leg because it was on his throw as well.
25.
And it could have been so easy if Michelle lost that leg for things to unravel. Ashton would have had the darts to have won the game. He would have been scratching his head,
121.
profusely wondering as of how and what happened.
And Ashton once again absolutely smashing that treble 19.
69.
Nobody cares where you score as long as you're scoring.
79.
I'll tell you what, our spotter today is having great fun.
She is switching in the blink of
60.
an eye. She's becoming very difficult. You know, she used to be very predictable, but that's not the way today.
57.
You got Lisa going on the 19s as of Will. You got
60.
Daniel Lee going for the bullseyes as of Will. If you wanted to come and watch a conventional day of darts, well, it probably isn't the day for it.
168.
But if you want a day of excellent darts, this is most certainly the place for you, with a little bit of extravagance to boot.
59.
Massive
requires
visit from
16.
Ashton there. This for the chance of a 16 darter. And more importantly, going 3-3 in legs and taking us down the last. He moves right
Game
across,
show on
and
the
that's a
6th
class
leg.
dart.
Lisa Ashton.
Open up the board to get a good view of that double 8.
7th and final leg is Michelle to throw first. Game on.
I've seen Lisa holding her side there. I don't know if she's got a slight injury she's
66.
trying to overcome, but
What about that shoulder there, though, for Michelle?
100.
indeed.
45.
Michelle used to have a bit of a trend where he more or less went with the last dart. His whole sort of follow through and walk started with that, and
60.
it creeps back in now and again with him, doesn't it? He sort of goes with it. He also never used to wear glasses. It's the first time I've seen him playing glasses.
180.
Although somebody now tell me he's been playing with them for 5 years, but they seem very effective. If the 180s are anything to go by.
Well, that's his third of the game. If he can find another big visit, well, he went for the max again. Went for
121.
back-to-back to leave himself on double 15. Leads himself 89 after 12. Ashton back on 201, but she's not going to be back there for much longer.
99. Michelle, you require 89.
Pressure asserted, but it's all about now Van der Horst and what he does. It's bullseye.
64.
And that's the width
Lisa
of a
require
point away. If he had
102.
fat points there, Henry, that would have been in.
Can Ashton win it with another ton topper? She's already found the big fish in this game, which was bedded on the bullseye. But she goes treble 14. For dart and
shot
tops
on the match.
to win it. In
Lisa
15 with a
Ashton.
ton topper. Lisa Ashton with some clinical finishing there. The Lancashire Rose gets a better Michelle van der Horst by 4 legs to 3, who makes it 3 defeats on the spin as far as he's concerned. But for Lisa Ashton, well, that is now a second victory for her. The second on the spin by 4 legs to 3. She gets a better Michelle van der Horst. We're going to take a short break. When we return, Thibaut Tricot is looking for his first legs of the day, let alone his first points. He takes on Patrick Mart after this short break.
Welcome back to Monday at Modus as this speedy session continues. Fast and furious stuff so far. And it may be Francis Thibaut Tricol who is feeling the fury. The bookie's favourite is yet to win a match or indeed a leg so far today. He's looking to make it third time lucky in this fixture against Patrick Mart, who has one heavy win and one heavy defeat to his name today. Talking you through a game that could change the direction of the day for either player are Henry Deacon and Scott Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Chris. And, well, the Dutch like it quick and they like it to the max, don't they, at the minute in Formula One terms. But who is going to see the checkered flag and the 2 points in this one? Well, Thibaut Tricol, you feel, is in desperate search of a victory in this one. Not just as he lost both of his matches so far. He has done it without winning a single leg yet. And even though the lack of points may be an issue, that is an even bigger concern for this precocious French talent. He takes on Patrick Mart, who, as Chris said in the introduction, it's been a day of contrasting fortunes so far. Got out the tracks brilliantly against Michel van der Horst. It was a 4-1 victory. Then defeated 4-0 by Lisa Ashton, missing 10 darts at double en route to that particular defeat. And even in the win against Michel, he had 3 maximums, but missed 9 darts at a double.
Like you say, over the next couple of days, he's got to eat into that legs deficit. He's going to get anywhere near the top of the group, like the bookies said, and hope
80.
Like the Morris and Daniel Lee drop off in a bit of form.
And beyond the issue of not winning legs, he's not actually getting opportunities at a double in his 2 games so far. He's only had 3 darts at a double. But it's been a much faster start from the Frenchman in this one, leaving 116 after 12.
95, to be 116.
I think the thing in Tricol's defence is that he hadn't really scored, has he? It's mid-70s.
And 106.
You drop yourself into a position there in the mid-70s where people are going to get darts at a double at you.
38 to be required, 56.
Not really missed, so he's got to get there first, and he's got to start taking these doubles.
Game on the first leg.
Like
Thibaut Tricol.
Every journey has to start somewhere, and it starts there for Thibaut Tricol. Taking the opener against Patrick Mart, who is quick to the hockey. Ready to go for leg 2. We've actually got some intel on
96.
Patrick. And a message from a friend of ours at the Super Series, Moreno Blom.
95.
Was very close to winning a tour card. Actually missed match darts for a tour card on the final day, needing
70.
just 1 more point to get his place at Q score. And if he did, then he would have deposed of Ralby John Rodriguez of a tour card.
100.
How darting destinies could have severely changed.
55.
I have a lovely little message on my birthday from my wife reminding me that my first time on TV was not at Lakeside, it was the UK Open. At Bolton 3 years earlier, so thank you, love. Yeah, I do
121.
I was going to say, how did you get on? But you actually forgot that even happened.
Yeah, funny enough, I lost a yellow class in the UK Open.
137.
Well, the slip into the single one with his last start meant that Patrick couldn't leave a finish, and so
99
it gives Tricol the opportunity to open up a 2-0 lead, and this is into next to no time territory here. However, it was a case of
34.
missing the big number there, coming back to cost him, and so, well, he's missed the second big number as well, so Mark comes back for 1 apiece. Double 10 is what he wants.
50.
But he moves it inside, 35. And so
35.
Tricol to double up his advantage.
Starting to get a bit of luck go his way. Can he take advantage of
19.
The luck? Not on this occasion.
Required 10.
Second opportunity for Pat.
No score.
But he can't convert like
16.
that. Double 4 is getting a bit scrappy.
I'll be concerned how wayward he was with that first one. Did a little bit of a Tommy Morris there. Stuck back. Didn't throw quite as quick the next one. Now he finds himself, after
So look, it's
having all
Thibaut
those
to throw
problems winning the
first.
first leg, he
Game on.
finds himself with 2 now.
And it is build and build and build from a base. And Thibaut Tricol, who
45.
has got this real spirit of digging in that Lakeside campaign where he made it to the final, lost out in a final set,
59.
decided to kneel Duff. He played a first-round game against a Canadian qualifier in Sean Burt, who beat Connor Scott in the
60.
preliminary round. And Tricol was in all sorts of bother. He had match dart after match dart ladled against him, but managed to find a way of
45.
getting through. And from that basis, he stepped up. He stepped up. And so sometimes he has to ride out the storm like any
100.
player does. But when he gets over that line and then he finds that something, well,
85.
then run with the opportunities he is afforded.
$81.
Starting to see that confidence just starting to shine through. That's what Matt is.
180.
Once he gets that first one right, he is a 180 hitter, isn't he?
FDM. First dart
65.
merchant.
132.
All about the bullseye here. Trouble 17. Would have left him a dart at the bullseye.
60. TB record 150.
He's not going to go 3 bullseyes for this. Another one of them would have left him a dart at double 15.
98. Package requires 72.
That's a good dart for double 12.
Game is on the
And
third
that's a good
leg.
double 12
Patrick
to match.
Mart.
Nice, clean finish there from Patrick Mart.
Fourth leg, it's Patrick to throw first.
Nice breaker throw, and now
Game
he
on.
bats off in the 4th leg. He will be backing himself here to go 2-2.
100.
It was a Sam Fender leg. 17 going under.
$85.
That might be a niche one for a couple of people.
But for all you kids out there, know
100.
who Sam Fender is.
One of the biggest selling artists in the UK right now. Selling out the show at St James's Park.
83.
Newcastle United do that every week.
These days they are.
180.
They play some exhilarating stuff. They play with flamboyance and flair, and Patrick Mart is beginning to do exactly that. Coasting his average above 87.
121.
He's got 6 from here. There was perhaps a case for him to maybe
97.
start on the 25, but he finds himself on double 12 after 12.
83. Patrick requires
Tricol
24.
talking to himself now. And Matt on the double.
No score.
Deciding it's better to go back for 24 than having a stab at double 3. And in the condition, in the situation with
59.
being on
Patrick
169.
requires 24.
I would agree that was a good shout.
And that was a bogey score for his own back
Hey,
there,
he's on the
Tricol.
fourth
He's been
leg.
made to be
Patrick
punished and level
Mart.
up at 2 apiece. Patrick Mart exactly does. Mart might be on the march against Tricol.
Fifth leg, it's Thibaut to throw first. $140.
Now you might see on the left sleeve of Thibaut Tricol's shirt the advertisement of a bar.
$140.
He owns a jazz bar in France, or a part of a jazz bar back home. And when he walked on at the Lakeside in April last year, he actually walked on to a jazz tune by a local band. I believe it was his friend's
180.
band. Actually, quite the symphony. It's got quite that
96.
big match, pre-match aura about it.
Great info there, mate. I didn't even know that one, and I was there.
145.
He's on for a 10.
95. TB required 36.
Double 18.
Game on the fifth
Très
leg.
magnifique, Thibaut
Tricol.
Tricol. 3 legs to 2. The Frenchman leads. A 10 dart leg. And when it matters, he is pulling up something big. There you can see on the left sleeve.
Super League's Patrick to throw first.
I'm no good at French. I won't pronounce the name of the pub. I won't offend anyone in France.
140.
I'm not even going to attempt any French at all. All I can remember is Quelle heure-t-il, s'il vous plaît, which is what's the time?
40.
Well, it's tungsten time, Scott. That's what time it is.
Of course, it's tungsten time.
It's always tungsten time.
140.
Always is when the trebles are flowing in the vein that Patrick Martin's hitting them in.
60.
Always is, unless you're using brass darts. That's the other thing.
Yeah, tungsten time.
81.
Catchphrase attributed to World Senior MC Paul Starr. I wonder where he is today.
I'm sure we'll soon be
45.
seeing
Patrick,
dart mats with
140.
tungsten time written on them and all sorts.
Another one of them. Leads himself double 10.
120.
That'd have been some way to send us to a last leg decider, but he's got the luxury of time with Trico back on 3-5-6. And from not having a last leg decider throughout the course of the day,
100,
it looks like we're going to be
120.
set to have 2 on the spin.
Game's on
Indeed,
the
that's the
sixth
case.
leg.
The 10
Patrick
darter
Mart.
from Thibaut Tricol has been cancelled out by a 13 from Patrick Mart. And both players towards the
Seventh
finishing
and
line in
final
this
leg,
one
Thibaut to
are
throw
playing
first.
some of the best
Game
darts
on.
we've seen all day. 3-3.
It's warming up here nicely.
95. 140.
Sometimes we can find day one is the players finding out about one another because a lot of them won't know a lot about each other. Day two is always moving day on Tuesday, but I think that's because everybody's sort of like all the
85.
worry in the airs and the graces of knowing who you're playing and what you're doing. That's all gone. Everybody puts the gloves on and goes for it, don't they?
96.
Gloves are off territory. The gloves are off here. Who's going to land the knockout blow?
135.
Who's going to find the haymaker? For Thibaut Tricol, it'd be his first win of the day. For Patrick Martin, it would make it 2 wins and 3 on his debut day. What a setup that is for the Dutchman
171.
to leave himself on 94 after 9. These two players are providing some scintillating stuff towards the finishing line here. A 10 from
95.
Tricol
Patrick,
was
you're
followed by a
94.
13 from Mart, and he could finish it with a potential 11, maybe even 12. Double 18, leaves himself top for it.
74. Thibaut require 91.
Buoyancy there from Patrick Mart going for the double first, but it's something we see now, and now it's tops for 2 darts for Thibaut for his first win of the day.
51.
And
Patrick
he
require
wry
20.
smile, but he's not happy. It's Patrick Mart, double 10.
Game shot on the match.
Takes
Patrick
it
4-3.
4-3. Moves him up to 4 points in the table. An important win, and Thibaut Tricol back at the bottom and foot of the table. The favourite at the start of the day. Averages there were fairly good, and it's a 93 for Patrick Mart. 4 from 15 on the doubles. He'll want to sharpen that up a little bit. But as we go to a short break, our next match will be Daniel Lee versus Michael van der Horst.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. It is Monday's action. Everybody has now played 3 matches, and Tommy Morris, well, he's won all 3 of his games. Appeared last week, showed promise, and he's carried that on this week. Daniel Lee only defeated by Morris. Lisa Ashton has bounced back from an opening defeat by winning 2 on the spin, and Patrick Matt with that win over Thibaut Tricol just before the break there. Wonder what hurts the most for Tricol. 2 4-0 defeats before that, but in that game against Matt, well, he missed match darts. The other player not to have won a game so far is a man in the check shirt there, Michel van der Horst, looking to change that against Daniel Lee here. Lee looking, of course, to rejoin Tommy Morris at the top of the table. Let's see if he can do it in the company of Henry and Scott.
Thank you very much, Chris. So here we go then into the final furlongs of the day. Both of our players passing the midway point in terms of matches. There's a couple more for them to go on their first day here at the MODUS Super Series. For Daniel Lee, well, he's settled in quite quickly, hasn't he, to proceedings. Whereas for Michel, we saw signs of promise in the second game. He just kind of got blown apart by the brilliance of Tommy Morris. But you know what it's like in these situations. It gets to a stage where you get to game 4, you're searching for your first one. If it doesn't come, then maybe that air of desperation can begin to kick in.
60.
To be fair, I've been very impressed with how Daniel has settled quickly.
140.
Michel throws some good stuff, but he just needs to get over the line once, and you feel that then we're going to see his more regular game.
It's putting the pieces of the
97.
jigsaw puzzle together, isn't it? And we say it a lot about players here on their debut. Nothing out of the ordinary.
57.
Oh, absolutely, and these are big opportunities here at the
81.
Super Series. I don't think sometimes your regular players at home realise, you know, what a shop window this can be for you for attracting sponsors.
140.
Just getting your name out there and known. So you just want to do so well here, and sometimes you can want it a little bit too much. But
100.
the lovely thing here is sometimes you get to come back and get a second go, and that's pretty cool. And in the development of your game.
98.
You speak about prospective sponsors. I remember the first time Owen Bates came here, he had a couple of sponsors on his patch. Came back for Champions Week and he was ladled with them.
59. Showing requires 66.
This is a real showpiece occasion for these players. They want to show their best stuff. Van der Horst wants tops.
26.
Just above the wire. And so Daniel Lee returns to 104 to take the opening leg.
We've already seen he's very tidy with one dart in hand. And he's at it again.
Game shot
And
the
he's done
first
it again.
leg.
Exactly
Daniel
the same.
Lee.
You back him into the corner and he comes out swinging.
A ton topper
Second
for
leg is
Lee
Michel
and
to
Van der
throw
Horst, who
first.
had an
Game on.
opportunity at tops to get the leg one. Finds himself one down. Lee with one
44.
dart against him for the break of throw. That's come and gone.
Which shows that 104 was an even more impressive hold of throw as well. There's never so much pressure when you're trying to
119.
break throw when you're going for a double. But when you're trying to hold throw as a player, wow, boy, oh boy, do you know you ever need it. And there's more pressure on
100.
that double.
Now, it's been quite the weekend for your county side, Dorset. And we like to do it whenever there's a county championship weekend. Just sum up a couple of the results in the
82.
Premier Division, the final match day of the season. Good weekend for Hampshire, our local team here at the Super Series, being based in Portsmouth. They beat Cornwall 23-13.
140.
Glamorgan getting the better with Kent 19-17. Lancashire victors over London 23-13. I sound like Alexander Graham Gordon here. Lincolnshire 19, Warwickshire
58.
17, and Essex beating Yorkshire 21-15. And a special shout out to Richie Howson, because he's won every single county championship match he played for Essex this year.
99.
Popular figure around here and a popular figure on the seniors circuit. That is quite the achievement. Last time that was done was back in 2000 when Kevin Painter and Wayne Mardle achieved the feat.
And I've got to be fair, he's playing so well at the seniors. He's gained a lot of confidence at the
122. Joey
seniors.
Record
It's probably
118.
a lot to do with that, off the back of that. You know, not this year's Worlds, probably the year before.
For another ton topper in this game.
78.
Well, Daniel Lee is looking to climb the ladder to double his advantage to 2-0. Treble. Double to the top rung. But
100.
dips just
Shall you require
underneath.
40. Game shot on the second leg. Michelle van der Horst.
Van der Horst levelling up at 1 apiece there. 16 dart leg, 2 holes of throw.
The leg is Daniel to throw first. Game on.
Both players have opportunities to win both legs.
$95. 58.
Relatively slow start from where we've been from the off in the
59.
last 2 legs.
Slow has not been the word today, has it?
It's not been a word that's
100.
been in our vocabulary very much at all today, Henry. No.
$85. 99. $60.
Again, that dart under the treble 20, a little problem for Daniel at times, but no such problems here
180.
for Michelle. 64 after 12. Not too shabby.
$26. Show your requirements. 64.
Just unravel the last couple of visits for Daniel Lee, and so Van der Horst has got 6 on 64. He may only need the 2. Double 8. One left in hand. Moves across.
48.
But it clips the barrel and goes the other side.
I had a little look at the scoreboard before his last start there to see where Daniel Lee was, and I'm not a fan of that. I think
100.
you've got a double left.
Show your
Just go ahead,
requirements.
mate.
16.
You know, just don't think about what everybody else is doing.
Because suddenly
Game
pressure
on
is
the third
applied.
leg. Michelle
The
van der
double is
Horst.
found. The break is found for Michel van der Horst to lead 2-1. Looking for his first victory of the day. And
Well,
it gets to the
Michelle
point
to
as well
throw
where we look at the
first.
league table.
Game on.
It's round 4 of our fixtures, and suddenly Tommy Morris would look at this result and think, yes, I wouldn't mind a Van der Horst win, because it would stop Daniel Lee moving on
60.
to 6 points. Van der Horst bunches the table up a little bit. He takes on Patrick Martin the next game. He wins that. He's got a 4-point lead before Lisa Ashton takes on Thibaut Tricol. And if Tricol gets the job done there,
45.
well, he's in happy street before his final match of the first day.
I'm just trying to register all that you just said there in my mind. But yes, you're right.
180.
Totally. 180 there for Van der Horst. Second of the game.
59.
He is finding his rhythm. He is finding his range.
40.
As he then hits a single 1, of course.
100.
See a lot of left-handers
96.
when they take their darts out of the board, they take their darts out with their right hand, and then they can turn them face towards the scoreboard.
180. Michelle,
As
you're
you see there.
125.
Went for the 25 first. Went the board 25 ball route.
37.
Yeah, I'm a lefty, and I've
You're
achieved with the left hand, weirdly
117.
enough. I mean, not to any success, as Lee goes to the 117. Looking to level up.
Game shot on the
ton
fourth
topper.
leg.
And that is
Daniel Lee.
another 117 finish. Daniel Lee of another ton 10 out.
Fifth leg, it's
2-2.
Daniel to throw first. Game on.
66% on
100.
those last start finishes in this match.
$85. 140.
Both legs won with a ton topper. Now, that's only happened once where all 4 legs have been won with a ton topping finish. That was Graham
43.
Usher. Another record that Graham Usher has here at the Super Series. That was done in the Champion of Champions in a game against Dan Reed. And that was the game he hit that 9 darter in.
91.
On 4-2. Dan Reed, who we're going to see later on this week, the co-favourite to win the week alongside Thibaut Tricol, but it'll be
60,
interesting to see
and
how
we
those
require
odds
170.
change as a result of the first day's play. Are we going to go fishing in the lake?
78.
No, we're going laking for some fish. The other way round that time. Nice, tidy up
96. Daniel, you require 92.
from Daniel Lee to lead this 92. He can go treble 20. 74 left.
36.
Preferring the treble 18 route to the 42 route. Michelle back on 217. He'll be looking to just fill up the lipstick and
140. Daniel, you
add
require
some pressure. And
56.
that's exactly what he's done, but it's still a simple
James on the
two-darter
fifth leg.
for Daniel
Daniel
Lee,
Lee.
and he made it look very simple.
3 out of 4 when it comes to the doubles, averaging 87, and he is
So
throwing with
Michelle
such
to throw first.
ferocity,
Game on.
such accuracy, and such marvelance.
81.
And this is what the Super Series is about. It's a player that's played UK Opens, but we haven't seen
60.
too much of him elsewhere on televised stages, shall we say. And what is so good about this competition is we can unearth talents,
95.
especially with the partnership with the ADC, that otherwise wouldn't quite had this attention, wouldn't quite had this airtime, wouldn't quite have these opportunities. And one thing Daniel has done is grasped it most certainly with both hands.
100.
Got 2 in there on a pinhead. And the third to follow.
180.
Good 180 there. Michelle van der Horst.
43. Michelle, you require
Say he's odds
145.
on favourite now to hold his own throw. I'd say a definite 6 from here.
125.
And a tidy last treble 20 to leave 20 after 12.
45. Michelle, you require 20.
Guess what, Scott?
Game
going all
on
the way
sixth
again.
leg. Michelle
3-3.
van der Horst.
For the third straight game running. A 14
Seventh and
darter
final against Daniel
for
to throw
Michelle van der
first.
Horst to
Game
send us to
on.
the distance.
Van der Horst is running a tidy 91 average here, and he's 8 points ahead in the averages over Daniel Lee.
100.
Daniel Lee's finishing stats, when he gets there, you're in trouble because he finishes it.
44. $90. $100.
Michelle has now just got to try and relax and get into this leg and not over try and find his dart. Sometimes when you're trying to break the throw, your arm
41.
goes tight, you push too hard, you don't throw it hard enough, you do everything that can go wrong because you're overthinking trying to break that last leg.
And especially when you haven't
60.
won yet, you kind of try a little bit too hard, don't you, in this scenario?
Yeah, and looking at the table, you would not have thought that Michelle and Thibaut would be
44.
the two that could get cast adrift there at the bottom. They don't seem pull the socks up.
140. 60.
Score
Showing
point error.
157.
Had to go down with the last dart. And it's given Michel 6 for the match.
57.
Depending on what he scores here, he might have got away with it.
98.
I'd have stayed there. He
Showing
already had
require
double
100.
13 in this match, so today to leave a double, so it's tops for Van der Horst.
Game shot out
And
of the
he breaks
match.
the throw.
Michel van der Horst.
A 17 dart leg. The averages had Van der Horst odds on to win that one, but we know averages don't win matches, hitting doubles do. It's a 90 average there for Van der Horst. He gets his first win of the day. We will be back shortly with Patrick Marr v Tommy Morris.
Hello again. The 11th of today's 15 fixtures is about to get underway here at the MODUS Super Series, and it's a meeting between Mart and Morris. It's a fascinating matchup considering Tommy Morris has been the dominant force in Group A so far, winning all 3 of his ties for the loss of just 2 legs. Now that puts him a full 10 legs better off than this man, Patrick Marr, in the leg difference column, despite the fact the Dutchman has won 2 of his 3 battles so far, so seemingly a gulf between them. But if Patrick can make it a hat-trick, he would go level with his opponent at the top of the table. Let's get it going.
Thanks, Chris. Yeah, we're entering the important phases of the day. Tommy Morris has looked, well, pretty much a league apart from the rest of the opposition so
Okay,
far.
first leg, it's
As far as Patrick Marr
first.
is
Game on.
concerned, we've seen a bit of a trend. It's been a case of one good, one bad, one good. The good has been good.
125.
But the defeat was a hefty one, missing 10 doubles to Lisa Ashton for Zip, averaging 77.5. But
97.
talking about Zip, that is exactly the pace this game's going to be played at. Tommy Morris, one of the quickest players we've ever seen here at the Super Series.
99.
Put it in perspective, this is the type of game, if it goes heavily one way or another, we might be for the second time today talking about quickest game territory.
135.
But will the pace of Tommy
39.
suit Patrick, do you think?
142.
Yeah, I really do. I think it's going to suit each other here.
125.
Here we go. We're showing that immediately.
$100. Package requires 17.
Of course, Patrick's playing Tommy knowing that he's top of the table. If you have any...
9.
There's
Tommy
some races
require
about getting
140.
You've got to beat the top man on the day.
Someone needs to oppose him, otherwise he could run a big advantage, not just because of the points, but as Chris said in the introduction, the legs difference is plus 10 after 3 games. The legs difference record was smashed last week. Plus 36 from Christian Kist. This would only be the third leg he's lost all day.
Game shown the first leg.
1-0 Mart.
Second leg is Tommy to throw first. $89.
Tommy looked to come out there because his dart was at a funny angle, that second dart. All it was
$100.
going to do was funnel his third dart if he hit it into the 5, so he came out and tried to
41.
use the 19s, and that first dart was a little low again, and he's trying to get over the top, but the 180 man,
140.
Patrick Mart, is finding that treble with extreme
60.
consistency.
$140.
1-2-1 after 9. And when he flows, he really flows, does Patrick. And the pace of the
125.
game
Patrick,
really is suiting
121.
him. This is for a 2-0 lead and a position Tommy Morris hasn't really been in all day at all. On the back foot. 44 remaining.
97.
So double 12 upon his return after 12.
60. Package required 24.
Well, 13. And these were the legs that he put in at the end of his game against Thibaut Tricol. It was
9.
back-to-back 13s that saw
Tommy
him get over the
required
line there.
126.
But he misses 3 darts at a double. And Tommy Morris is back for 1-2-6. Level proceedings up. Can't find the treble, which would have left him the bullseye.
98. Package required 15.
Does find the trouble that leaves him double 14, so only just the 7 there.
Game shown the second leg.
But
Patrick
that one
Mart.
doesn't matter when you hit the double 4. A 2-0
So look,
lead
it's
for
Patrick
Mart,
to throw
and
first.
he is
Game on.
on throw also. Alarm bells here ringing for Morris.
There's a saying that Paul Nicholson has
140.
coined about the Super Series: win big, lose small. Patrick Mart
140.
won big in his first against Michel van der Horst, lost big against Lisa Ashton, and came through 4-3. Now, if he can win this big against the table topper Tommy Morris, as he piled in his first max of the match, and boy, did he look happy doing it as well, then if he wins 4-0, though, he puts his legs difference on plus 4 on 6 points, and will bring Tommy Morris down to plus 6 on 6 points, and suddenly the two are beginning to meet in the middle a little bit.
134.
Yeah, great spot, mate. Patrick here is absolutely loving this
58.
pace
Patrick
of
required
Morris.
47.
I think he's also loving the challenge. Playing top
Game
of the
shown the
group,
third
and he
leg.
knows
Patrick
should
Mart.
he win this match, he will go level on 6 points with Morris.
That's
Well,
an
look, it's Tommy
11
to throw
dart leg.
first. Game
It's a
on.
98 average, and it's a fist bump of respect from Tommy Morris. And, well, at 4 minutes 38, if this
100.
gets wrapped up quickly again with another 4-visit leg, then we may well enter the record territory again.
45.
Maybe not now.
Yeah, we said earlier that that could happen here on a couple of occasions today, just of sheer pace.
42.
Morris having no luck there, bad deflection.
45.
Champagne darts, well, the cork has well and truly popped on that for the last couple of throws.
59.
There's champagne, more Bucks Fizz.
Making your mind up.
46.
Do we want to see some more? That's the question.
140.
Of course we do. We love the darts.
keep the Eurovision thing going. We're currently walking on dart shine.
160.
There's Morris. Tops it is for a big 160.
Game
to
shot
get him
the fourth
back
leg.
in it.
Tommy Morris.
Good appreciative handshake there.
Fifth against
That was the
Patrick to
whole
throw first.
Throw as well for Morris.
Well, it's been an excellent darts match being played in a fantastic
40.
spirit from the pair. It's exactly what you want to see. Every now and then a little bit of needle is
95.
entertaining, but it's great to see such camaraderie upon the stage.
135.
Oh, and Binks has picked a good day to return, hasn't he?
100.
Did you know he's in New York at the weekend?
96.
Is he a native New Yorker?
58.
One of our top team of officials, including the likes of Charlie Corsafine, Justin Bradshaw,
81.
Danny McNamara, Paul Hinks.
45. Patrick, 149.
To get it done in style. He's going to come back.
109.
He's going to come back for tops.
60. Patrick, you require 40.
And like you say, this is to win big,
Game
big.
shot on the match.
He takes
Patrick
an 18-dart
Mart.
leg down, a 4-1 win. It's a 90 average for Patrick Matt as he beats top of the table Tommy Morris. But more importantly, it takes him level on 6 points. We'll be back with more darts after a short break.
Well, it looked like Tommy Morris was going to march through Monday and dominate, but Patrick Mart has just put paid to that and blown the Group A title race wide open. His win saw the Dutchman join Morris on 6 points from a possible 8 at the top of the table, and Lisa Ashton is looking to do exactly the same if she can inflict defeat on Thibaut Tricol. It's been an all too familiar feeling for him today, still looking for his first victory. Can the Frenchman finally find his touch? Let's find out in the company of Henry Deacon and Scott Mitchell.
Thank you very much, Chris. And these are the types of encounters that the MODUS Super Series is all about. The best of the best outside the PDC tour card system going toe-to-toe. a 4-time world champion, a world championship finalist who's going to be representing his country at the PDC World Cup of Darts for the first time in his career.
Game on.
In a couple of weeks' time out in Germany, and what a proud moment it's going to be for Thibaut Tricol and Jacques Labre to grace the stage of the World Cup. There was a cry for a number of years for France to be included in the competition, and with the expansion to 40 teams in 2023, the wish is now a command.
97.
And with a former England captain alongside me in the commentary box, there's something different about wearing the shirt of your nation, isn't there?
I can't even put it into words, mate. You know, I'm very lucky that next weekend, not this coming weekend, the weekend after, I should be doing it again. Heading to Belfast for the Six Nations Cup, and it just does something to you. It's never about the financial reward. It's never about anything other than putting that shirt on your back and making the hair stand up on the back of your neck, and you're not doing it for you. You're playing for your team. You're playing for your country. It's a very different. Well, for me, it's always been a different mindset. And I've always played better as part of a team, and particularly Team England. It's usually where I tend to excel. And it's just what each individual, it means different things. But for me,
140.
You know, to be captain of your country as well was an amazing thing for me, and right up there with winning world championships. So to have the French, and I know I spoke to Thibaut earlier about their involvement and the slight change of format as well for the World Cup means that, you know, it is exciting to watch.
Game shot in the first leg.
The way that it works, they've got to play for each other now in that World Cup, rather than winning your little individual section and then trying to get a pair out of it.
To throw first.
Now you've got to go up there and play for each other and try and play to each other's strengths.
Well, he's very much playing for himself here, and he plays himself into a 1-0 lead against Lisa Ashton. A 95 for 15 dart leg.
30.
Thibaut Tricol alongside Jacques Labre for that competition, and most of the pairings are pretty much set in stone now.
47.
Now, in a couple of weeks' time, on the 15th to the 18th of June, in Frankfurt, Germany, at the Eissporthalle. I hope I've got that right.
95.
There's, of course, the Australians, Simon Whitlock and Damon Heta, who will be defending that particular title.
58.
Do they go in as favourites, as former champions, or are we looking at Cross
58.
and Smith as the favourite? I think there's some great teams in there. I've looked through the list, and it's one of those, because it's a pairs thing. You know, one of you can go off and one of you can try and carry the other.
97.
It just opens up a whole different sort of scenarios.
I say it every year, never rule out the Belgians, because World Cup hybrids will be coming into town like a hurricane.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed. And I remember my days, it wasn't for England. I played with Richard George, and he could be hopeless. And then we get to the final and he'd make me look silly. You know, something about being in a final that gave him his mojo. And
145.
I'd stand there and think, where have you been all day, you little scrote? You know, we were on a big shot there. I stopped myself mid-flow because I thought that was going to go.
85.
You talk about what's going on, and, well, Thibaut Tricol nearly took out the 145. Ashton 118. Is it going to happen on this occasion?
46.
46 remaining.
82.
I'll leave her favourite double 18 if she comes back. Tricol for a 2-0 lead. Should be 2 at tops. Will be 2 at tops. And that first dart sat down nicely enough.
Game shot the second leg. Thibaut Tricol.
More calm and composed. He didn't do anything silly with the first dart to make a mistake, which is what he's been doing so far today.
Game on.
He's kind of rushed sometimes one or two of his darts and made mistakes when it's come to the double. He threw that one high and handsome, just to make sure that he still had the space to have a good go with the last one. It was a good dart and some good board planning there from
140.
Trickle.
The old phase, board management.
140.
And you look at moving day on Tuesday and you look at Thibaut Tricol, if he can pick up a couple of wins to end his day,
95.
he could be a dangerous floater in the field come tomorrow.
It's restricting the damage, isn't it? You don't want to be too far out of it
100.
first day, particularly when you're a player with Tricol's ability. You don't want to be then putting yourself under pressure to be having to win game after game,
121.
because that very seldomly happens here.
Bullseye, she's been good on this today.
96.
Just above the wire. It's going to come back.
$90. Leisure required 25.
To reduce the deficit in half. Wow.
7 left.
That is high, wide and handsome, and as you heard our referee,
Game shot on the
7
third
left
leg.
for
Lisa
Lisa,
Ashton.
which she polishes off nicely. Was only a hole to throw.
It's
She would
Thibaut to
rather
throw
that have been a
first.
break,
Game
but
on.
she now needs to find those trebles. Try and bait
47.
Thibaut, sorry, in this next leg.
60.
Haven't seen her head much to the 19s in this leg, which is where she has been scoring
100.
previous matches.
$60.
We saw it last week with Kevin Painter. Well, in fact, with Kevin Painter last week, we saw a game where he had different stems, flights and everything. But we saw that from him
100.
at times last week, and it actually worked for him. The Madars Razma play.
96.
You've got things such as the Cruyff turn, where you've got the Razmataz trait of attack.
84.
Yeah, he does. Razmataz does attack. Caught our spotter out there. We
44.
mentioned she
Do you
hadn't
require
really been going to the
170?
19s, and thrown a bit later, off she goes.
98.
Nice setup from Tricol. Lisa back on 2-4-1, needing a double treble visit to treble, but it has to be the right trebles.
95. Timmy requires
Unfortunately,
72.
that was only one of the right trebles. It's 72, another one of those, and he'll leave the tops.
Game shot on the
And he
fourth
nails
leg.
it last dart.
Thibaut Tricol.
Takes a 3-1 lead. Is Tricol going to get himself off the bottom of the table?
Lisa to throw first. Game on.
With his 2 points, it will all be on legs difference.
He wins his
83.
4-1. He moves on to 2 points minus 6, sending Michel van der Horst to the bottom of the table with 2 points minus 7.
140.
I don't think Thibaut will be worried about that. I think he's more concerned about getting that first win on the board.
100.
Then trying to attack Van der Horst in his next match. It will be our penultimate match today.
100.
Sure, if he can get 2 wins of his last 2 games, he'll
100.
feel that damage limitation to the way that he started the day.
Maybe saying get out of jail free cards perhaps a little bit too dramatic in the situation, but you feel as if the damage could have been, as you say, much worse than what it would be on 4 points. You're still in the game on 4 points. If you can make a push tomorrow, maybe win 4 of your 5 matches, you put yourself in a good position come the final day.
140.
But Ashton puts herself in a good position in this leg, leaving 78 after 12. Is going to get a go at it with Tricol back on 220. So should, worst case scenario, get a dart at double here.
He should require 78.
78 for Lisa then. That's unfortunate. Got to go 25 ball now, are you going to? Tried to. 68 left. Oh, 58 left, sorry.
30.
That was
You
68
may
left.
require 160.
I doubted myself there for a minute. Always easier when you're throwing.
Happens to the
60.
best of us. It happens
Lisa
to the
required
best of us.
48.
So, for 3-2, you still would have to break in the next. The first job's first.
Game
Get this
shown the
leg
fifth
one,
leg.
and that's exactly what she
Lisa
does.
Ashton.
And now she'll look to attack the Thibaut Tricot throw as the Frenchman has the darts now to seal his
So for this
first
Thibaut
victory
to
of the
throw
day.
first. $58.
But comes up dry, opens up the door for the Lancashire Rose.
$100. $40.
So you think a good chance now.
100.
Turn the throw round, which she's done. Effectively won the throw. And Tricot knows that. Now coming out to try and find a couple of trebles.
95.
Lisa just needs to keep hitting that treble 20 now. She knows what to do.
140.
She doesn't need me to tell her. And that's exactly what she's done with a massive 140 visit. And you can see what it's done. Thibaut had to come out because of the 308 that he was
Lisa
on.
require
And it's
161.
forced an error.
Six to win leg 6.
65.
And to send us to an all the best leg.
$45.
It's going to be another 6 from
Lisa
here for
require
Ashton.
96.
Is the tide slightly overturning in this game? 2 at double 18. But the breaker throw for a last leg decider,
78.
but it's pulled inside. Not to matter this time with Tricot. Still limping his way down to a finish. Now he's sprinting to a finish.
140. Lisa require 18. No score. Thierry require 80.
A big error there, missing the 1. I think she was in 2 minds about going for the double 9 in the first place. But this would be a steal.
60.
And he hasn't done it,
Lisa
so
require
Lisa gets a
18.
chance to go 3-3 at that double 9 again. She now this time knows she has to go there off the barrel, surely.
Game shown the 6th flag.
Perfect
Lisa
dart.
Ashton.
Perfect marker, perfect second dart, and now she has the advantage of throw as well.
7th
That was
and
the
final leg
also
is
crucial
Lisa to
break
throw
that she needed to
first.
accrue.
Game on.
Now Lisa Ashton's destiny is in her own hands because she has the darts in the 7th and deciding leg.
60.
But only comes up with a 60. The door is open again for Tricot.
$100.
He's part-turned the throw round on the first visit. Ashton needs those trebles.
95.
Finds one with the last. This is coming
140.
in. It's like being in the last furlong and a half at the Epsom Derby. Who's got the legs for it?
97.
Tricot, who missed a match dart at tops in the previous leg. Looks as if now he is charging towards the finishing line.
95.
Pretty similar to Frankie Dettori from the rails at Epsom. But he's left himself once again on the bogey.
47.
He's going to get away with it. I mean, that time it was because of a slip. Needs a treble here. Finds a treble here.
Yeah, at least had a slip with the last visit. Went downstairs and hit a 7 rather than a 19.
60.
And that's left her wanting a little bit.
66.
The arm went tight there. So it's 66 for Thibaut. That's his conventional route, because he likes to leave double top.
Game
And
shot
it
on the
is Tots
match.
Tricol
Thibaut
to pick
Tricol.
up his first victory of the day, to get the better of Lisa Ashton by 4 legs to 3. And Tricol is on the board at long last. An 84.5 average, just under 4 out of 6 when it came to the doubling. Lisa Ashton defeated for the second time today. A 2-2 record for the Lancashire Rose. Tricol then off the mark as we head into the 5th and final round of fixtures. And it's going to kick off with Patrick Mart up against Daniel Lee.
Welcome back. Just 3 fixtures left to play on the opening day of Group A this week, and we can show you how the land lies as far as the league table is concerned. Tommy Morris still top of it, but now level on points with Patrick Mart, who beat him last time out. Daniel Lee and Lisa Ashton, 2 points adrift of them, and Michelle van der Horst and Thibaut Tricol, 2 points adrift of that pair. Right, today has been a kind of a day of 2 halves. None of the first 7 matches went the full distance, 7 legs, but then 4 of the last 5 have finished 4-3, including Thibaut Tricol's first win of the day against Lisa Ashton there just before the break. The only one that didn't featured Patrick Mart when he beat the league leader Tommy Morris 4-1. Can he end the day on a high, or will Daniel Lee join the duo on 6 points at the top? Let's find out with Henry and Scott.
Thank you very much, Chris. So to the final round we go on day 1.
Okay, first leg, it's Patrick
2
to throw
debutants
first.
who
Game on.
have enjoyed impressive opening spells here at the live lounge. For Patrick Mart, a victory would mean he'd go on to 8 points. It means that in terms of points it'd be insurmountable, although of course Tommy Morris in that last game against Lisa Ashton with a win would leapfrog him on next difference no matter what happened in this game. Even a 4-0 win and Morris winning by 1 leg would mean Morris have a 1-leg lead and legs difference overnight. But he takes on Daniel Lee, who is
66.
proven to be a tough customer for all that have come up against him. He started off with 2 victories, an 88 and an 87 average respectively, 50% on the doubles in both of those games. Regressed a little bit against Tommy Morris in a 4-2 defeat before then being edged out in a last leg decided by Michelle van der Horst. That was despite having 2 ton-plus finishes in that game.
140.
Yeah, you have to say it's been an impressive start. I'm sure the ADC Europe team will be
96.
pleased to see how he's gone so far today.
'96.
They send their guys over with one or two not really having played on stage before and not knowing how they're going to react, and I think they'll be pleased with Patrick
140. Patrick, you
And
require
look, sometimes
78.
in sport, you need that sink or swim experience. This isn't designed to be easy, but Patrick Marr has
58.
accounted
And
and
you
acquainted for
require
himself
42.
superbly so far, as has Daniel Lee, our vault qualifier from the Midlands. Well, he loves double
Game shot on the
12,
first leg.
and that's why.
Daniel Lee.
14 data to start for Daniel Lee, 1-0.
Second against Daniel to throw first.
Like you say,
Game
Steve
on.
Brown and his team are starting to see this whole ADC idea come into fruition.
115.
Once again, he heads to that bullseye on first throw. I'm going to be asking him tomorrow
60.
morning when I arrive what this is all about.
We all love a bit of Bully Scott.
We do indeed. We even have bullies in space.
140.
That was a little figurine. But yes. There's no bad time to hit a
85.
bullseye, is there really, in a game of darts, when you think about it?
Well, if you're needing tops, it is.
Okay. Now you're being silly, aren't you?
It's taken me 13 games to be silly, Scott. It's a record.
No, it's taken me 13 games to actually comment that you've been silly. You've been silly before that, but don't worry.
140.
It's all good. I'm enjoying it. And there's another one of those 140s on Patrick Mart's stats as well.
As for Daniel Lee, this is incredible.
140.
That is his fourth 140 in 2 legs. He's averaging 110. He's left 48 after 12. And after an opening leg flurry, we saw him winning 14 darts. If he can
140.
convert in 2,
Daniel
he'll make it
required
back to
48.
back and send Patrick Matt into a spin. It's tops and 10s for 2-0. Just steps back for a second to recompose.
38.
But he sees it inside, and no
requires
quicker the opportunity
76.
to fly into a lead. May he see himself pegged back by Mart.
Game
Tops,
shot on the
clinical,
second leg.
absolutely
Patrick
clinical.
Mart.
And the double that Daniel Lee has enjoyed all day has come to be a foe now.
Phil gets Patrick to throw first. Game on.
I think there might have been something happen there to make Lee turn round before he threw his last dart.
100.
I wonder if we had a squeaky floorboard there or something.
Oh, don't mention that. Go back to the Southampton days and that.
93.
Now, we should say that this auditorium, obviously it's a vast auditorium. Every now and then there will be a couple of little sounds happening. There may be a door opening or
60.
closing, or sometimes the creaks that room of this establishment, which is formerly a church, can appear at the unopportune moments.
97.
And sometimes you'll also, because of the room that we're in, we're right outside a
140.
main road in the city of Portsmouth, and occasionally sirens will go up and down, ambulances, police cars, that kind of thing, and that can sometimes happen at the whole most horrible moments, and obviously
96.
no one can control that.
No, not at all. And it is one of those things as a dart player you have to get used to. But
43.
because the room is so deadly silent, it can be a pigeon even landing on the tiles on the roof, can't it? And you can hear it wandering around. It's crazy mad.
140. Patrick, you're 158.
158 won't go, so Lee will come back for 75,
58.
and if
Daniel, you require 75.
this goes, then we're officially entering breakathlon territory, because it would be 3 breaks of throw on the spin.
55.
But the top stips just
Patrick, you
underneath, and
require
will
100.
Patrick get a go at this particular double? He might want 2 of them. There's one of them.
80.
Nearly found the
Daniel, you
second.
require 20. Game shot on the third leg.
Polishes that
Daniel
off
Lee.
nicely. Daniel Lee is
Well,
really
it's
coming
Daniel
into
to
this
throw
now, isn't he?
first.
He's really starting to feel
Game
like
on.
he's got his feet under the table, isn't he?
It looks like he's just made himself at home in this environment. And as we said, this can be a sink or swim experience for players who haven't had much stage time.
41.
You either become inspired by the presence of the room, or sometimes it could take players a couple of days to find their feet because it is so new. You've got the
125.
cameras which will scrutinize every microscopic movement that you make. You've got the heavy lights, you've got the referee, and especially if someone's going off 180, 180, 140, you've got the big call of Owen Binks, which can not put you off, but it can put that scoreboard pressure on.
And when you watch it back, sometimes for the first time when you've been on, you don't even realise how you throw. You watch your own throw back and look at it and go, do I actually throw like that? It's quite an eye-opener for it to be the first time. And it got to the point where I stopped watching myself. 'Cause I was picking up on
96.
too many moments where I was making the odd mistake with my throw, but the dart was still going in the treble 20, so what was the worry? But it didn't look perfect. You want to be that
140.
perfect
You're
player.
155.
We'll talk about analysis in just a second because Patrick Martyr wants a 155. He can nail the double 19.
And
Not to be.
110.
And so Lee wants 110. No shock, he went for
70.
bullseye to leave tops.
38.
Will he split or will he hit? He's going down for 19s. The first one stands up. The second one moves inside.
22.
And so Lee wants
Daniel,
tops
you
for a
require
3-1 lead.
40. That's a
Games
good
on the
finish.
four flag. Daniel Lee.
That is a good finish, and an important finish.
Well, this has most certainly been game of the day so far. These are the averages as we enter the fifth leg of proceedings. 96.48 for Lee.
100.
And 93 now for Patrick Mart. And really the difference in this game has been here on the doubles. Mart 1 from 6.
121.
Lee 3 from 7. He's been efficient on his doubles all day, and it's coming to tell the story of the game here.
43.
Yeah, indeed it is.
$83.
Lee, right, trying to utilise the bullseye once more. When you miss it, it feels like a wasted dart.
98.
Now, if you want to see some of these stars in action on Saturday night, or any Saturday night at the Super Series, scan that QR code. It sends you over to dartshop.tv.
137.
And from there, you can purchase your tickets for any single Saturday night. It's a £2 booking fee. We're here in Portsmouth on the south coast of England in Hampshire.
100.
You may be able to get your chance to be here. You may be seeing Daniel Lee. You may see Daniel Lee win here if he can find the 160. Another one of them, it bounces out.
120.
Good recovery with the last.
Patrick
Look
require
at
160.
Patrick Mart. Hail Mary to a disgusting tune.
60.
He
Then
can
you
on this
require
occasion,
40.
and Lee's got 40 left.
Game shot
and he
and
takes
the
it
match.
first start with that
Daniel
efficiency
Lee.
we've been seeing all day on those doubles. He's definitely coming in today. This Group A is coming towards him. A 99.80 average for Daniel Lee and a 90.35 for Patrick Mart. Not shabby whatsoever, but look at those checkout stats. 1 from 6 from Matt and 4 from 8. Probably the story for Daniel Lee. We head out to a short break and we'll see you on the other side.
Welcome back. The penultimate match of Monday presents the opportunity for one of this darting duo to rather rescue their day. Both Thibaut Tricol and Michel van der Horst lost their first 3 fixtures today, but each recorded 4-3 successes in their 4th games to set up a kind of salvage showdown where one of them can put themselves right in contention for top spot in this group with 2 days left to play. Whoever loses the match will finish the session at the foot of the field. The other will give themselves a leg up the league ladder. Talking you through the Arrows action, Scott Mitchell and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Chris. And Thibaut Tricol, if he can pick up victory here,
game on.
We'll move on to 4 points. And we were just mentioning in the advert break, Scott, that maybe, just maybe, the players have
45.
taken advantage of those first 2-3 games where Thibaut just struggled a little bit, and because of that, he's at the foot of the table. With a player like that, when you've got the chance to do damage towards him, do it. That's what they have done.
140.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. Couldn't agree more. Those first couple of games, he was running those mid-70s, and you did say at the time you are going to be getting doubles at you, and you're going to be in the lap of the gods. But we know the standard here is rising and rising, and this doubles are few and far between these days. Having said that, we'll probably have another 18 darts at a double leg now because I've cursed everything today so far. But it's one of those, and
55.
Michel will be looking to try and add a couple of points to his tally to try and make sure he's not too far adrift coming into moving day.
100.
Well, you actually look at the table, there's a possibility where
99.
Lisa Ashton beats Tommy Morris. You've got the top 4 players on 6 points, a player on 4 and a player on 2, and then it'd all be to play for tomorrow. Oh, I'll tell you what, that
43.
flight of the second dart was dangling quite precariously. That might need some running repairs.
92. Timmy require 113.
Bit of a dangler.
It's 113 coming in. Treble 19 now. 74.
51.
Shall we
require
58 route. As before, it's 58 for Van der Horst. It's double 2 now.
54. Timo requires 62.
I thought that was a good error, maybe, but obviously the look on Michel's face, sorry. He did not like that one bit. Double 6.
Game shown the first leg. Thibaut Tricol.
Nobody expected that to go after that many mistakes. It was kind of a mistake with the first one, makes the second one, and then, yeah.
Second
takes it out with the last one. Perfect dart. It doesn't matter. You got 3. Use them all.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Unconventional Finishing Club.
60.
Where today's example is Thibaut Tricol taking out 62 points with single 10, double top, double 6. And then kick off Max.
180.
It's a funny old game sometimes.
The only thing you can do here at the MODUS Super Series is expect the unexpected.
He's going to hit a 9 now. He's going to hit a 9 now. He's going to hit a 9 now.
140.
He's not going to hit a 9 now.
You can sit back in your seat now, son. You can sit back in your seat. It's
140.
okay. I love it. Can't get enough of this Super Series.
60. Shall we record 161?
So it's a 161. Will this go? No, not this time. Stay there. No, comes out.
44. Do we require 121?
Not a good start. A better second.
81.
And a
Shall we
tidy
record
third.
117?
It's 117 to Van der Horst. If he's going to stop himself going 2-0 down, you would think.
57. Do we require 40?
For 13 data, tops of Tricol. For 2-0. Double 10.
30.
Not to be, and so
Shall
Van
we
der Horst will
require
get the
60?
opportunity once again. 60 is what he wants to level this game up. Missed 2 darts at double 2 in the first leg,
Game
but when
shown
it comes
the
to leg 2,
second leg.
tops
Michel van
is
der
found with
Horst.
aplomb. One apiece, nothing to separate these players, and both players have had opportunities
Thibaut to
technically
throw
to open up
first.
2-0
Game
leads
on.
because both players have had opportunities to win both legs.
$60.
So honours even then at the moment is a fair kind of result of the first 2 legs.
100.
You have to say, in pretty much every single metric. Even in the scoring stakes, they kind of cancel each other out. Thibaut with
48.
the maximum, Michel van der Horst 3 140s, and all kind of plays out to a level game.
125.
Reminder, one more game after this. Tommy Morris in action up against Lisa Ashton, and I'll give you a bit of a word of advice now.
45.
Do not plan to do anything whilst that game is on, because you will miss it. It'll be quick, it'll be fast, it'll be good.
134.
Just like that visit from Van der Horst. Very good.
100. Michelle, you're 142.
He's finding something towards the end of the day here, isn't he, Van der Horst? In his previous match against Daniel Lee, averaged just under 91,
110.
averaging 93.5 here, and even 32 after 12 against Tricol.
140. Michelle, you require 32.
So Michel, after 32, going to have to slightly move because of the angle of his dart. And if he goes any further out there, he's going to have to book tickets for Saturday night to get back in.
Game shot.
What a
the
dart
third leg.
that was.
Michelle van der Horst.
What a find.
It's finders keepers for Michel van der Horst.
Ball against Michelle to throw first. Game on.
And a good breaker throw there. Tricol was not quite on it. But Van der Horst was. 2 big scores
60.
towards the end of the leg. Then a tidy finish. Now Tricol is left. Thinking in his mind again, there's only one thing I can do. And that's Pete hitting the
180.
lipstick.
You sense he's going to have to find
100.
something good to get the better of Van der Horst from this position, because he's doing everything he needs to do.
122.
But this is an excellent leg. Max. And after the slip in the single 5-2 trebles, leaving himself on 199 after 6.
140.
And the rally back from Van der Horst is just as impressive. Kitchen sink throwing stuff at the Super Series.
59.
Yes, it sure is. And Van der Horst is back in that treble 20.
139. You may require 140.
Well, this isn't going to go this time, and that's another mistake
40.
from Tricol. We've
Shall we
seen a few
require
of those
62?
from him today. And it's double 16. He's back out there in the car park.
46.
But not to
Timo,
be
you
this
require
time. Threw it a
100.
little quicker that time, didn't he?
Whether he's in the car park, there might have been 1 or 2 people booing. Tots for Tricol. Decided to stay with the treble.
60. Shall we require 16? Game shot on the fourth
That's a
leg.
better...
Michelle van der
That's a
Horst.
better second dart there. Use the first dart. Those darts seem to sit at a funny angle, don't they? They're sort of like tipped up
We've
and
against Thibaut
across a
to throw
little.
first.
With the tail end to the right, and he used it effectively. Michelle being very positive. Good head shake. So why wouldn't he be?
140.
3-1 up.
Interesting shape to that. Looks very Connor Scott-like,
140.
that dart from Michel van der Horst. Just that little indent in the middle. It's got that Whitlock type
140.
bit about it as well.
Yeah, it sure has. And it's
43.
being more commonly seen, isn't it? That type of shape. probably be more usually seen in say, soft tip or something. You see that sort of
140.
shape. Creeping into the still tip game.
58. Do we require
It works for you.
81?
It works for you. That 3-1, it's been working for Michelle van der Horst up to now.
Double
Game
16
shot
for
the fifth
Treacle
leg.
for 12
Thibaut
darts to bring
Treacle.
it back to 3-2 and to pile the pressure on Michel van der Horst, who has the darts to seal a 4-2 success
against
to
Michel
move
to
him
throw
on to 4
first.
points
Game
and
on.
ensure that the bookmakers' favour going into today's session, Thibaut Treacle would finish day one bottom of the pile.
60.
But it's only a 60 start for the Dutchman. And Treacle, who actually plays a fair bit of soft tip away from the Super Series,
100.
he's looking to do the business in the steel tip game.
96.
You feel that van der Horst needs to get the job done here because the
87.
goal has had a second wind.
100.
Done well to find a way through that.
He has that last dart. We spoke about it earlier. He didn't quite follow it that time. It was like a launch it to the sky and bounce it off the
60.
lights in. You know, the trajectory was very high with that last dart to get it over the top of the first two because
99.
Michel isn't the tallest of fellas. I'm not going to criticise his height. But when you stay there on the treble 20 and you're that sort of height, you have
100. Michelle, you're 146.
you have to launch it a little higher, which is probably why Phil Taylor had the understacking type idea that he could throw it and go from under to over.
73. So you're 154.
Halving the score, can Treacle find a 1-5-4 to send us to leg 7? He's going to get one dart at top.
Game
What
shot
a
on the
skin
sixth
saver!
flag.
What a
Thibaut
Hail Mary
Treacle.
from Thibaut Treacle to level this game at 3 apiece. And so, to see
Seventh of
who's
one of
going
his
to
Thibaut to throw
end the day on
first.
4
Game
points
on.
and see who's going to finish bottom of the pile, it is one leg of 501 points.
95.
I have to say, special people, special players and special moments, and that was one.
41.
A massively special moment, that 1-5-4 for Treacle. Not nice for Michel to be on the other end of it, but he knows the
100.
game. He's played long enough. He mustn't let it affect him now. It looks to have done.
82. 140.
Thibaut.
140.
Still going to get 6 of the match.
98.
Rectified nicely. Michel van der Horst back on 238. Mistakes like
40.
that. I
Tim
think he
O'Rourke,
knows the game is
68.
gone.
And so, one dart in his hand, a double 16.
36.
Going to come back for 3 more, though.
I don't think Michel was expecting to get a visit.
54.
Still really not
Tim
giving
O'Rourke,
himself any hope.
32.
The hope may be evaporated if Treacle can find double 16. Now 8's one in hand.
Game shot
And it
on
is
the
found for
match.
Thibaut Treacle, who
Thibaut
makes
Treacle.
a flurry towards the end of the day. Treacle with 2 wins from his final 2 matches. He deposes of Michel van der Horst by 4 legs to 3, helped by a 1-5-4 finish en route to save the game. That was fantastic from the Frenchman, Thibaut Treacle. He's on to 4 points. Michel van der Horst is going to finish the day bottom of the table. The question is, can Tommy Morris finish the day top of the table with 8 points to his name? He takes on Lisa Ashton, who, if she wins, it'll mean 4 players are tied on the same amount of points following the first day's action. Join us after this short break.
So just the one last game to come on Monday here at the MODUS Super Series, and after that brilliant victory for Thibaut Tricolt, he puts himself in contention. A 154 skin saver for the Frenchman in that one. Lisa Ashton managed better than that earlier today. She took out the big fish, so 170 finish, and she's looking to finish with a flourish here. If Lisa Ashton does beat Tommy Morris in this final encounter, then we'll have 4 players on 6 points with positive returns at the end of the day, and it's time to make our last of many happy returns to Scott Mitchell, who's alongside Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much there, Murph. Last reference.
Okay, first leg is Tommy to throw
birthday
first.
today, anyway.
Game
so that's
on.
good. Been a good day. We've had 14 great games. One more to go. I think this one's going to be as
42.
rapid as the last.
Well, not many people get to spend their birthday sat in the commentary box with Henry Deacon.
84.
There's a lot of people that wouldn't pay to do that. I'm sure of it. There's no way in the world they would have to be paid to
140.
do it.
I do have to ask one question. I've asked you loads of questions today, but the most important one is this.
57.
What are we doing with that cake?
Well, I've actually said to the production team they're welcome to come and have a slice.
140.
So I've got to go up to the balcony and I'm expecting it to be gone.
Right, let's
before
lock
I
the
get
door.
back. Yeah, I'll have to lock the door on the way out.
100.
Like the tickets for
137.
Saturday night, apart from the booking fee, that cake is free.
If you scan the QR code, you're not going to get the cake, but you can have
95.
tickets to Saturday
Tommy
night.
42.
Is this going to be a piece of cake? Double 16 for Morris.
Game show on the
15
first
darts
leg.
at 1-0
Tommy
lead.
Morris.
It's just so Tommy Morris.
And against the throw as well.
Second against Lisa to throw first.
Oh no,
Game
it's
on.
for the throw. See, I'm too quick. Too quick. They switched it over there. Too quick, and I didn't
100.
realise. $180.
Just quick. It's the only word you need. We should say that,
93.
again, he's rattling off visits to some tune. He's midway through the second leg.
140.
Played less than 2 minutes.
$140.
Best get the lunch reservation sorted, Scott.
Yeah, absolutely.
100.
And Lisa Ashton, in all fairness, has given as good as it's got, but she's averaging 95 at the minute. But the brilliance of Tommy Morris, who's averaging
28.
115
Tommy Maguire, 81.
at this early stage, has just been insurmountable. Bull.
56. Lisa require 140.
With Lisa knocking in a 170, he had to take a shot at that, didn't he? With her sat on 140.
80 scored, yeah. 100. Tommy
Dicey
required
with death
25.
again there with that treble 20. We've seen her do that before already today.
Game show on the
Tommy
second
Morris has
leg.
done that
Tommy
3 times in a
Morris.
row, that 25 now. That was a Baker throw. On this occasion, I am
Third
correct.
against Tommy to throw first. Game on.
I'm going to put your head in the spin, Scott, because if he won that second leg with that dart at the bullseye,
120.
he would have won 2 legs in 2 minutes and 34 seconds. He got it done in 2 minutes 54.
100.
Impressive stats all the way.
140.
He continues to impress. 2 legs in. 108
100.
on the average. He's doing a 90.
100.
Morris is making a sprint for the top of the table. That's what he's doing.
He's one of those players that you look at him for the first time and think, where's he been?
141. 105.
And at this rate, you might have to
Did you require
sprint up to that balcony in a
161?
second. It's on for 13. If Ashton doesn't take out the 161, she's already found a big fish, but she's not going to find another big bullseye finish
69.
here. And so
Tommy
Morris
required
returns to double
36.
18 for 3-0 in about 4.5 minutes.
Game's
Incredible.
on the third leg.
Absolutely
Tommy
incredible.
Morris.
4.5 minutes for 3 legs. And Tommy Morris is blitzing the four-time world
Lisa
champion.
to throw first. Game on.
You best get your shoes on, Scott. It's going to be a quick walk up that balcony.
58.
We'll see what he gets this first throw.
$59.
Oh, I might get a second throw in. It's all good.
Well, Lisa has played well in the scoring phases, but hasn't had a look in this game. It's been a good day for Ashton. That one
100.
and she struggled a little bit, but other than that, it's been really good for her. And in fact, the one game she averaged the 78 in, she actually went on to win against Patrick Mart.
75.
Ran into one or two along the way, but she's put herself in a decent enough position on day 2, regardless of the outcome.
140.
And she's going to have 6 on 228 here to get her leg back on the board.
50.
But Morris now in full command of this leg, and thus the match.
100.
102 upon his return to get it done by 4-0, and this would be one of the quickest sessions we've ever seen at the Super Series.
60. Tommy require 102.
102 for a 4-0 win. And so Ashton's going to get a
42.
go.
He's
She may get her first
118.
dart at double in the match if she can find a treble with one of her first 2 darts. Not now.
56.
56 remaining.
82.
Gone up for a
Tommy
beloved
requires
double 18,
60.
but is she going to get a go as Tommy Morris races towards the finishing line? Can he find the checkered flag? Double 10
shot on
sees
the
him cross the
match.
line
Tommy
with a 4-0
Morris.
victory. Once again in the space of 6.5 minutes, Tommy Morris with an impressive performance, a 96.97 average to get the better of Lisa Ashton by 4-0, who couldn't really do anything in reply. Tommy Morris in his first full day, in his first full week since coming in as a substitute last Friday, has won 4 of his 5 matches. Remember, he came in as a substitute for Gordon Mathers, who couldn't travel this week. And boy, what an imprint, what an impact he is making upon the live lounge here in Portsmouth. He's going to be the table topper overnight. 8 points to his name after beating Ashton by 4-0. Another 4-0 victory for him. And so, let's head up to the balcony for some final thoughts and reflections. Scott Mitchell has made his way up there to chat to Chris Murphy.
Thank you, Henry. Yes, I think it's safe to say, Scott, that the best was saved until last.
It certainly was. My county teammate hasn't failed to impress today. You know, 4 wins out of 5. He's really on a roll.
Are you taking a bit of credit, are you, for Tommy Morris's performances?
I'm taking all the credit.
Well, let's see the league table. You can take some credit for this as well, because it's a significant win. It looked like he might go through the card today, but in the end, he has done enough to keep himself a couple of points ahead of the chasing pack.
Yeah, absolutely. But let's not forget Daniel Lee and Patrick Mart has really impressed, you know, on their debuts. It's only day 1. 2 more to go.
Yeah, plenty of darts to be played in this group, and the one interesting name to look at there, 5th position, Thibaut Tricot, had to dig deep in the last couple of matches to get 4-3 victories. He was, of course, the bookies' favourite before a dart was thrown. Could he still scale the mountain?
I think he can, but he's going to need more wins than losses tomorrow. It really has to be a big move in Tuesday for him.
Right, a couple of days to go. As Scott says, the players will play in reverse order tomorrow, so that will be the first match, the one we've just witnessed. I'm going to put you on the spot. I didn't do it at the start of the day, with it being your birthday and all that, but now you've seen them all play, I'll give you a chance to predict who you think will win this group. Will it be Tommy Morris?
I have to say Tommy, because he's looking so impressive today. It would be all about whether being top of the group gets him. You know, it's not a usual thing for him. It's not a usual thing for any of these guys, but if he doesn't let that sort of take hold of him, he could win this group, yes.
Is that kind of the difficulty for him now, the challenge to sort of what he's doing away from the dartboard, not to think too much about the position he's in?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that he you know, we all know that he's got the ability. He's shown that again today. But I think one of the games earlier, he got beat because I think he was thinking about him being top of the table and thinking about if he got beat, then he wouldn't still be top. So he's got to get that out of his mind. He's got to go one game at a time, thinking nothing but winning dart matches.
Right then, that is the end of today's action. A reminder that tomorrow's action will be available exclusively on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel from 9:30 a.m. Then we're back on Sporty Stuff TV, same time for the conclusion of the group on Wednesday. It remains to be seen whether or not it will be Morris dancing at the end of the week.